Chapter 10-12 Discovery and Pressure, unedited chapter. Yu Yan spent the next few days on a journey of self-discovery. She re-examined her likes, dislikes, goals, ambitions, and life as an individual rather than a mother or wife. Experiencing mortal lives and civilization was marvelous to her, but she still could not find a grand goal for herself. So, she decided to relax. Luckily, in the city she was in, there was a chess tournament, and she participated. Without any suspense, she won, and rumors of a chess saint spread in that mortal kingdom. At first, Yu Yan wanted to leave because of all the attention, but she changed her mind and continued to accept challenges. The process was helpful to her search. She realized, or rediscovered, her love for chess. At an early age, she displayed an exceptional talent for the game while receiving her aristocratic education. However, given her talent, her father focused more on honing her battle talents, while her sister, who was expected to marry and be more ladylike, focused on things like chess, poetry, and calligraphy. She did not focus on the art of chess again until her son's method of proving the Tao required it. During that time, she realized how talented she was in the subject, with only her son could keep or rival her. Yu Yan smiled, thinking how the latter would sometimes secretly cheat when he was on a losing streak. Of course, she would play the mother card and blame him for playing too hard when she was on a losing streak. Yu Yan enjoyed her time as the chess sage and felt her grand ambitions might be related to chess somehow. However, she could not think of anything after much deliberation and walked away. Nothing came to fruition until she was in the Western continent. In one of the temples, he learned the monks would experience the trial of darkness to temper their minds. As the name implies, the monk would close themselves into a room of absolute darkness. Their task is to rely on the fortitude of their mind to not succumb to the darkness. That seems easy enough, muttered Yu Yan, who wanted to experience this trial. Sadly, it was only for the monks of the temple. So, she had no choice but to reveal her identity. After all, who dared refuse the mother of the heavenly emperor? She was not pedantic to the point of not using her identity despite her journey of self-discovery. Yu Yan started the test with the temple's blessing, beginning with the mortal tier darkness. This part of the test was easy as her mental fortitude was naturally high as a cultivator, so she focused on the part for a cultivator. She began to have visions of the past on the first level of that darkness. Her clan was lucky in the birth department as her mother gave birth to 2 children who were relatively close to each other. As such, they were very close in childhood and played together. One game she loved to play with her older sister was search and find, and she always won. She would hide in the strangest places full of darkness that her sister was very scared of. She would make fun of her afterward for being older and being scared. Sadly, as they grew older, such tactics no longer worked. I thought I chose the Tao of darkness because of its opposite nature of light. If I could prove the Tao with that law, our clan's foundation would be deeper, but it may not be so simple. I've always loved darkness. After this realization, many things she had long hidden or forgotten about became clearer. When she broke through the divine body realm, the idea or goal she instilled in her good fortune flame was that she would revive the Yu clan and show people the true beauty and horror of darkness. Over the years, she worked toward the first part of the goal but did not focus on the second aspect. After her generation learned heavenly Tao cut off the path of supreme and that there would be no heaven will in this generation, she shifted all her attention to raising the next generation. She did not even revive her ambitions toward the Yu clan until she saw how talented her son was. As for the other, she forgot it until now, thinking about it as the words of her young and inexperienced self. So, that's how it is, muttered Yu Yan as she opened her eyes. The answer was before me long ago. My goal, my grand ambitions, lies in darkness. Her aura suddenly changed, becoming calmer, wiser, more peaceful, and more complete. Her Tao heart had with a new youthful vigor. Cultivators sublimated, and Yu Yan found herself with a new youthful vigor. Cultivators' appearances are dictated by lifespan, choice, and state of mind. The first 2 are understandable, while the last one is more rare. Some people suddenly aged in one night after experiencing a terrible ordeal or their Tao heartbreaking. The same individual could return to their youth after dealing with their issue or fixing their Tao heart. Such a method of deciding appearance is more applicable to immortal tier cultivators. Previously, Yu Yan was young Bikois, not because of her mindset. As the sect madam of the Tao opening sect and the mother of one of the most powerful heaven chosen, she had to look a certain way, she had to be presentable. Now, she was young because of her mindset. She felt her spirit return to when the world was vast and full of endless possibilities. "It's time," muttered Yu Yan before leaving the test room. She thanked the monk for their hospitality before walking out. She took one last look at the temple while muttering, "Should build this darkness test for the clan. It's a good way to temper the mind, Tao heart, and even willpower." Yu Yan left, immediately returning to the heavenly court. "Back already?" asked Wang Wei with a smile. He could see and feel the difference in his mother. Her eyes were brighter than usual, an indication of a highly focused spirit. "Yes, I have found my path." "Oh, tell me about it." Yu Yan told him about her discovery and her grand ambition. "A little absurd, isn't it?" "Maybe, but isn't it the same for my dream of achieving absolute freedom? It's fine if you're willing to walk steadily toward that goal and not give up no matter what. Your life will be fulfilled, and you won't regret it." "No matter what?" Yu Yan shook her head. "I don't think I can be like you and Hunger, willing to do everything to achieve your goal. We are the extreme. So, it's fine if you're not like this. And maybe it's a good thing not to be too extreme." "True," nodded Yu Yan. "I think it's time for me to act. We should have a little more time." The last time he checked, their deception worked, or to be precise, true heavenly Tao allowed it. However, he still wanted to wait a little longer. Now is the perfect time. Since you're fishing, once I begin, they will conclude that you desperately need merit to accelerate your healing. This should place more pressure on them to accelerate their actions. That's an excellent idea. However, you should wait a few more weeks. My clone is scheming against the Great Origin Mountain. "Oh, what's your plan?" The two mother and sons discussed how to play the world for their benefit. Afterward, Yu Yan returned to her clan, preparing for the upcoming event. Soon afterward, auspicious clouds manifested above the court, alarming everybody. Not even an hour afterward, the Tao opening sect released information about a new innate refining technique that used arrays to imitate heavenly Tao and refined pills, artifacts, and talismans. The world shook as people realized a golden age of profession was happening, and it was just the beginning. "Great Origin Mountain, a meeting of the highest order. Time is running out," said a burly elderly man with long white hair and a waist-length gray beard, clothed in all black and with abnormally large hands for his size. "If he heals, then our action won't mean anything." "I agree with Great Elder Sure. If our actions cannot gain his favor and are only the cherry on top, then it's pointless." Everybody looked at Sect Master Chenyi, a handsome middle-aged man with a white streak on his hair. He did not appear burly like most people in the room but had a more refined or elegant air. His hesitation was not because he was Chen Chen's adopted father but the price he needed to pay. "Advisor Kong, what do you think?" Their factions were composed of weapon refiners, so they were usually hot-tempered because of the scripture they cultivated. As such, each generation will have an advisor position or someone wise and calm to help the sect master. "Why did the Heavenly Emperor kill young Master Chen?" asked Advisor Kong, who also had a bookish air emanating from him. "What do you mean?" "He had the opportunity to kill others, but besides the people from D. Tion's side, he only killed the young master." "Kong bastard, are you trying to sow conflict?" "Let me finish talking," replied the advisor calmly. "Not long ago, we received news he summoned all the former heaven chosen. Although we don't know what they discussed, news about a second small-scale heaven will battle spread. If not for the recent news, this should have been the talk of the entire world." "What are you getting at?" "The Heavenly Emperor is a person with grand visions. Many of the changes in the world were things he had planned hundreds of thousands of years prior." "Are you saying he had planned to save or keep the people in his generation alive?" "However, Chainer's puppet transformation is why he killed him?" asked Sect Master Chenyi. "That's correct." "So? What if he believes we still have this method and becomes suspicious of our sect? He should be wiser than this. The point is we cannot allow him to have any excuses to intervene in our sect's affairs or, worse, destroy us, he replied calmly. Chen Yi immediately understood the latter's meaning. We must mend our relationship with the Heavenly Emperor, even if it's for peace of mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1013 Origin Hammer Sect Master Chen Yi sighed deeply. He knew of the steep decline of their sect ever since the Heaven Will battle. Things then escalated after the appearance of talisman weapons. Their mountain controlled the majority of the weapon industry in the world, but now, they've received a major blow as their sales drastically decreased. On top of everything, the Great Talisman City and many others began to attack their stores, taking control of them by any means necessary. They even suspected the Dao opening sect was part of this economic attack. If he did not do something, the Origin Weapon Mountain might suffer a catastrophe in his hand. How can I see my ancestors if I let the sect decline in my hand? Thought Chen Yi, ignoring the room's quietness. However, the price to pay might be too much. His internal struggle was evident on his face, but no one said anything until a few minutes later as Advisor Kong intervened. Sect Master, we are only doing the same thing as the Great Talisman City. Sect Master Chen Yan immediately remembered what had happened to the Great Talisman City. Their situation was even worse at the beginning of this era because of their leader's betrayal. But soon after, they announced they had mended their relationship with the court. People did not believe them until rumors about the price they paid leaked. Everyone praised Tong Ruobing and the city for their ruthless move. Yes, since that little girl can be so decisive and ruthless, can I be that inferior to her? Prepare everything, they'll see the Heavenly Emperor immediately. Sect Master is wise, nodded Advisor Kong, and everyone praised the Sect Master before discussing the logistics. After preparing everything, they sent a communication talisman to the court for a meeting. Heavenly Court, Wang Wei looked at the pill before him, surrounded by formations, deep in thought. So, the limit is extreme tier? The first method of refining innate pills he created that used the divine C could only refine pseudo-pills that were on par with quasi-emperor tier. They could be described as the best amongst that tier. After the revival of the environment and gaining access to innate qi, that method could create innate pills on par with fake immortal pills, and since then, the Origin Pill Dao sect has not updated that technique to refine true immortal tier pill. However, this method of using formation to replicate heaven and earth can create true innate pills. However, the limit is extreme tier, which is on par with first-class emperors. Ultimate tier innate pills should be possible to refine. However, such an act would affect the world source, and Heavenly Dao won't allow this to happen. Even normal innate pills require too much innate qi and will be under strict control. Heavenly Dao should make the pill tribulations extremely difficult. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. His method was very restrictive because it required someone accomplished in both alchemy and arrays to make, preventing too many people from attempting. Now, he knew the pill tribulations for his technique would be harsher than others. This technique will not be popular, he concluded. Someone will probably create a way for an alchemist and array master to work together to refine the pill, but before then, this method will not be popular. Wang Wei slowly took out a talisman to send the news to the sect to research this cooperative method. Although he did not care too much about this method, it was still a source of merit. He won't receive much if his technique is not spread and used. Once finished, he looked in the distance and asked, "Is it me, or has Heavenly Dao become stricter?" "You're right. Since Su Shi's action and its increase in strength, it has become harsher in some of its rules," replied the clone. "That can be both good and bad. The world needs order to function and develop, but too much order is a prison and can easily elicit rebellion. Have it or old man Tianji made any moves since they learned about my injury?" "No. They are both quiet." Wang Wei nodded. Despite expecting this answer, he needed to ask. Heavenly Dao is an emotional program, so it should know better than to take this obvious bait. As for why it would take action against him? That's because its core programming is to maintain balance, and Wang Wei's power had long broken the scale, so it's in its nature to try to restrict him and tilt it back. The Origin Weapon Mountain people are here. Oh, so your plan succeeded? Wang Wei smiled before walking to the throne room. Soon afterward, Sect Master Qin Yi walked in with a delegation. They kowtowed to show their deepest respect before presenting a gift, saying it was to honor the Heavenly Emperor and creating a deep pond between them. Wang Wei's eyes lit up when he saw the gift, an ordinary-looking bronze hammer. Is that the Origin hammer? He asked as he held the hammer. It was rumored the weapon ancestor was a blacksmith when he was immortal. As a remembrance of this past, when he created his life's greatest work, the Origin hammer, he modeled it after his blacksmith hammer. Now, it appears this rumor was true. Our founder was a humble man who never forgot his origin. Wang Wei gave him a side glance. Wu Hong once told him that talisman and weapon ancestors did not become eternals because of their arrogance and pride. So, he would not believe such words. As he looked at the hammer, he was truly surprised. This weapon granted a natural 7% Grand Dao boost, however, this was not its limit. As the luck condensation artifact of the Origin Weapon Mountain, it can perfectly carry the luck of the sect, which grants another 3% Grand Dao boost. In other words, any emperors of their faction will have a two-fold battle realm after wielding this weapon. This thing is truly a masterpiece. Luckily, this thing had severe restrictions. Otherwise, the Origin Weapon Mountain would have been more powerful than it is. Wang Wei was sure that probably only one great emperor since their mountain's founder could wield all the strength of that hammer. The only time this weapon would be fully activated would be once the sect faced a terrible catastrophe. Are you sure you want to hand this weapon to me? Asked Wang Wei. Since the Great Talisman City can hand over their luck artifact for the generation, we can do the same, replied Qin Yi with confidence. Wang Wei chuckled as he understood the implications. Anyways, as long as he can gather the civilization destiny, he has no issue returning these factions' luck and destiny before ascending. It would be a grave mistake to forcefully leave it to his sect, so he had no problem with those short loans. I appreciate this gift especially since it's very timely, said Wang Wei, his face as pale as ever. I consider myself generous, so I won't let you suffer. He closed his eyes before dispatching his divine sense. A few seconds later, he waved his hand to manifest a cauldron in the middle of the room. The thing immediately caught everyone's attention. This cauldron follows the same idea as the mechanical cauldron, but it's for weapons instead of pills. As you can see, it's incomplete because of my sect's lack of ability. Wang Wei paused to allow them to process this information. My previous plan was to gather everyone worldwide, sharing the merit and destiny for completing this project. I will hand it over to your mountain for your great gift. Qin Yi felt the world spinning, the excitement was too much. He knew the significance of this project and the blessing their mountain would receive once they completed it. After the project is finished, the cauldron will enter the dream world. However, your mountain will have a share of the profit. Qin Yi was happy he was a cultivator or would have fainted and humiliated himself. They had a meeting to discuss how profitable the pill mechanical cauldron was. Even if he's only sharing some of the profit, he knows how much their mountain will benefit. More importantly, they will no longer be irrelevant in this upcoming era full of changes. Don't be happy too early, said Wang Wei, waking up some of these people from their daydreams. You will have a specific amount of time to finish this project. I will take it back if you don't meet my expectations. Your Majesty, we swear on our ancestors we will not let you down, hurriedly said Qin Yi as he knelt. That's good, nodded Wang Wei before pausing. I'm sorry about Qin, but he had to die. No need for apologies. The heaven-will battle is cruel, and there is a reason it's called the grave of geniuses. Wang Wei looked at him for a moment. If there is nothing else, you can leave. The delegation swiftly exited but did not hide the happiness in their strides. Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked at the hammer before him, sensing the new luck and destiny added to his court. He could not help but smile. He now had the luck of the Origin Rune Mountain, Great Talisman City, Origin Weapon Mountain, and his sect. He only missed the Origin Pill Dao sect to condense the civilization luck, he planned. And if he could get his hands on the chi luck of the ancient clan, things would be perfect. How did you do it? It was quite easy, replied the clone. I only use a few of our fate shadow guards to release some murmurs. Then, their advisor, a very wise man, understood my message and made things happen. The world would be so much easier if there were as many smart men as that advisor, joked Wang Wei. True. Now, the only missing piece is the Origin Pill Dao sect. Any plans for them? Lu Cheng and the Flame Emperors are still untouchable variables, so let's wait until they reveal their hands first. Yes, by then, our opportunity might come. Wang Wei looked in the distance and muttered, it's time. He sent news to his mother to begin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10:14 Mortal Art's Way of Balance. Yu Yan was meditating when she received the talisman. It's time, she muttered. She left the room and proceeded with the ceremony. She first bathed carefully and changed her robe to an all-white one. She placed incense for her mother and father before walking to a temple in the back of the Yu clan's mountain. The temple was odd. It was relatively small and not luxurious. Additionally, it contained many stones or monuments carved out of pure jade. With a wave of her hand, Yu Yan brought the temple to the sky. Heaven and earth above, today, I, Yu Yan, have created the mortal Tao of art and crafts to bring balance, peace, and prosperity to the world. Yu Yan's words did not spread far until a few seconds later when an enormous eye appeared above the world, alerting all the factions and powerhouses. Finally, her voice spread worldwide, making even mortals pay attention. Yu Yan was momentarily nervous before gaining her bearing as she sensed all the powerful gazes looming over her. Luckily, she also had nerves of steel, so her facial expression did not change much. So, she continued her ceremony without any issue. The first monument in the temple shone brightly before projecting a vision above the sky. A doctor had finished curing patients in a small village before walking to the next place, trying to aid as many people as he wished. Upon his arrival, he saw the entire village was just slaughtered, and the culprit, an injured cultivator, had just killed its last victim. It was probably using blood technique to heal. How dare you, yelled the doctor, and the cultivator looked at him with disdain before preparing to add this new visitor to his list of victims. However, things did not proceed as expected as the doctor waved his hand, and an enormous acupuncture needle appeared behind him and stabbed the cultivator to death. Everyone watching this scenery was shocked because they could tell this doctor was an ordinary mortal without martial arts or spiritual power. Meanwhile, the cultivator was in the divine body realm. Everyone wanted to know what was happening, but no one answered them, and the ceremony had just begun. A second vision manifested in the sky. This time, it showed a blacksmith. Another cultivator was refining an artifact that required to be nourished with extreme yang blood, but instead of hunting demon race, he chose to prey on mortals, focusing on blacksmiths who have spent most of their lives near flames and thus have a lot of positive energy in their bodies. Amongst all the blacksmiths that were captured, one in particular was extremely calm. He did not struggle, whine, or cry and obediently followed his captors. However, once he reached the cave where the cultivator's refining furnace was, a giant hammer appeared above his head before crushing the latter into meat paste. Again, the world was baffled as this person was only a mortal, and the weapon refiner was in the early stages of the primordial spirit realm. Some people already had an inkling, while others wondered whether this was a weapon. The next image was that of a farmer. He was tending to his land when he sensed the shockwave. He looked in the distance, and two cultivators were fighting without any regard for the surroundings, destroying and killing everyone and everything in their path. With anger written all over his face, he waved his hand to materialize a large sickle. Then, he sealed these two primordial spirit cultivators. The vision showed how he did not kill them but sealed them in a nearby mountain. The following vision was of a painter. He had created a masterpiece that was the talk of his city. However, one day, a cultivator who was passing by noticed this painting could resonate with the laws of heaven and earth. He had been stuck in the early stages of the void-shattering realm for a long time and thought this was his opportunity for improvement. So, he asked the painter if he could sell it to him. The latter refused since it was his life's greatest work. After rejection, the cultivators demanded the painting, even threatening its creator's life and family. As expected, after a second rejection, he used force. The painter manifested a painting the size of a city and effortlessly killed the cultivator. Yu Yan did not waste time as the next vision appeared immediately afterward. This time around, it was a beautiful woman playing the guqin. The story was that she was a talented musician with a beauty that would make most immortals feel ashamed. A passing saint saw her play, became enamored, and desired to possess her. He immediately deployed his domain to take her by force when she rejected him. But, she manifested a golden guqin and fought with him by playing it. After battling him for more than 3 days, the saint ran away with severe injury. The world was quiet as their gaze locked on these visions. The next one showed a genius calligrapher who killed a supreme powerhouse, followed by a chess sage who sealed more than 5 supreme powerhouses. Lastly, a scholar manifested a brush to deal with a quasi-emperor. After the scholar, the temple projected other visions of others. Known mortal-based professions, and even revealed these mortals using this new power to deal with injustice in their own society, which indicates that this power was not totally directed at cultivators. Finally, everything seemed to end as no vision showed. A golden orb manifested in the sky before splitting into 2. 90% of it descended on Yu Yan's arms, while the rest went to the heavenly court. The Eye of Heaven Dao disappeared along with the temple, and soon afterward, visions enveloped the entire world. Yu Yan smiled before disappearing from the sky, and the world boiled. The top powerhouses instantly knew some changes had occurred to heaven and earth and searched for answers. They had their guesses but needed confirmation. As expected, they soon realized the myriad emperor world had a new addition: the enlightening temple. The purpose of this temple was, as Yu Yan declared, mortals who have great achievements in their art, crafts, or profession, can summon a Tao projection proportioned in strength to their accomplishments. The Tao projection granted them powers on par with cultivators. This was a form of balance to restrict the rampant behavior of cultivators. The world was in shock, and people were not happy. The heavenly court had already controlled and restricted them, and they remained silent since they knew the concept that might make right. Then, mortals acquired the power to limit low-level cultivators through the development of their civilization. Now, they had a direct means to be on par with them. Some people began to complain and cause trouble. Typically, they would not dare, but the recent news that the Heavenly Emperor was injured emboldened some individuals, especially after being used by pawns by others. Meanwhile, the top emperor lineages continued to deduce information about this enlightening temple. They wanted to know the rules and restrictions. So, using all their means, they began to record the rules and functions to analyze. Firstly, this thing was only for mortals. Even a cultivator in the first layer of the body refining realm cannot use it. Secondly, it did not increase the lifespan of mortals. They were still mortals destined to die after a few hundred years. Thirdly, this power was not something mortals could use at will. It will only be available to them when in danger or when they see injustices or evil. In other words, they cannot use this power to wage war or attain benefits. Fourthly, a mortal with karmic sins cannot condense their Tao projection. Finally, not every mortal can condense projections on par with powerful cultivators. There is a great divide between the primordial spirit realm and the void-shattering realm, and it's the same for the projections. Only genuinely talented mortals or people who dedicated years to their art or craft can condense such powerful Tao projections. Such news reassured many people, but then they realized the world was so vast and the mortal population so large that it was easy to give birth to countless geniuses. These people also realized why the Heavenly Emperor wanted the rise of mortal civilizations and the creation of the dream world. Now, education and communication are so accessible that it's easier for mortals to have some achievement in any art or craft. After summarizing the rules, the world collectively sighed. Cultivators were officially not the absolute ruler of this world. From now on, only geniuses and immortal tier powerhouses can act wildly as they wish. However, even they have to worry about the court above their head. After arriving at this conclusion, people's ambitions and drive did not diminish but increased. Their desire to prove the Tao or become an immortal tier powerhouse intensified because it was the only way for them to get real power in this world. Heavenly Court, Wang Wei waited for his mother with a smile. After so many years, we finally reached this step. Yes, but we still had some way to go. The enlightening temple was not enough for her to condense a heaven will. Heavenly Tao placed more emphasis or importance on things related to cultivators, and this temple, at its core, was directed at mortals, hence the lack of merit. As such, they still needed to wait until the court spread to the lower realm and create branch temples in a few more worlds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10:15 The Great Darkness Terminus Heaven. The cardinal soon appeared in the meeting room, looking at the person who called this meeting. Time? What is it this time? Asked Fate, not hiding the worry in his face. The timeline has changed again, replied the feline creature somberly. As a person in control of the river of time, he did not like how often the river fluctuated or drastically changed. How great of a change for you to call an official meeting, asked Chaos. As the person least affected by the current catastrophe, she could always remain calm and composed. Something called the Great Darkness has appeared, explained the cat, and its power is enough to affect the balance of the universe. Darkness? Wait, you don't mean, asked Fate with an ugly expression. It's most likely her. Wasn't she just a vase? At best, she was a decent military strategist, asked Samsara. Yes, he protected her to a fault, fearing we would use his family against him, nodded Heaven. Now, you're telling me she could affect our fight? How is that possible? They had an answer as soon as the question was asked. The timeline was changed. He grows more powerful daily while acquiring new allies, summarized Source Chi. We might have to admit an uncomfortable truth: we are probably not his main opponent. Are you suggesting we are nothing but cannon fodder? Asked the Magistrate of Heaven with red eyes. No, not cannon fodder, but no kings as well, only generals. Some people grunted while others remained silent. They have towered over all sentient beings in existence for so long, how could they accept such a fact? There is no need to let our pride influence us, said Samsara. We know the timeline can be changed, so as long as we stop him at the correct time, we will be the final victor and restore the previous status quo. She's correct, added Time, looking at everybody with his cat eyes that made him more profound. This great darkness is not a fixed point in time, and its very existence is unstable, meaning we can prevent it from appearing. Everybody's eyes concentrated, so, we should expect a fight with him very soon, muttered Heaven. They knew he would never allow them to prevent this great darkness from happening. Very good. The Magister of Heaven was indeed excited. Although they suffered during most of their confrontation, it was not because of their weakness or their opponent's overwhelming power. The main reason was due to the latter's cunningness and ability to hide and attack them when unprepared. If they could force him to face them directly, he would suffer even with her and the other allies on his side. Do you have a plan? Yes, replied Time. But we need to discuss and refine it first before taking action. We don't want any variables or trouble. Then, these 6 individuals, to whom the term godlike was a great insult to their powers, began to plan an event that would fundamentally change the chaos universe. Eternal Ascension World, Lower Dimension, Myriad Emperor World, Heavenly Court, some way to go, said Wang Wei. When are you beginning the expansion? Asked Yu Yan. Most likely in the next meeting, replied Wang Wei. Have you thought of a date? Not exactly. There are a few things that need to be dealt with beforehand. What about your bait plan? It should be coming to fruition soon. Yes. Many people should be dissatisfied with the enlightening temple, fueling their motive to do something stupid. So, I should see results soon. That's good. I'm always reassured by whatever you do. However, if you need anything, don't forget to ask. You know I will. Yu Yan kissed him on the cheek before floating away. After proving the Tao, she still had to cultivate and train so she could be as powerful as possible. Wang Wei watched her leave before looking in the distance. He smirked before returning to his healing. With enough pills and some merit, the process should be drastically accelerated. Emperor Enlightening Academy. Su Shi was in a daze ever since she saw the vision of the female musician who fought on par with a saint using the guqin. An idea flashed in her mind but seemed rapidly fleeting, forcing her to concentrate to catch it. The academy's upper echelon came to see her for a meeting but was forced by an insurgent not to disturb her. Finally, after more than an hour, a brilliant light shone in her eyes before muttering, "I understand," she muttered before rushing to her cultivation retreat after leaving a temporary clone to replace her. Time passed, and like flowing water, 100 years flashed by. Normally, such a period would have been the length of a mortal's lifespan and should have produced more than 5 generations, but it is different now. Mortals could live for at least 200 years. During these past 100 years, the world seemed very peaceful. Mortals developed arts and crafts, while cultivators used the dream world to benefit them as much as possible. Everyone seemed in a hurry but could not understand or explain why. It was like everything knew something was about to happen and were preparing. Bang! The world trembled lightly, alerting everyone. People rushed to the dream world to find news and information. They knew what they were awaiting had come, but nothing seemed to have changed so far. Then, visions suddenly appeared in the sky, confusing people even more. Wang Wei's eyes opened in the court, exhaling deeply. His strength had returned to second class. Although still low and weak, it was a good sign he was recovering so quickly, given the nature of his injury. What happened? Did they take the bait? No, but soon, replied the clone. Then, what's the matter with the ruckus? The first innate lifeforms have been nurtured, he replied succinctly before waving his hand to show a projection of 6 different places. Wang Wei immediately identified 3 famous creatures, Ancestral Dragon, Empress Phoenix, and Origin Qilin. The other creatures were humanoid species who could be described as titans. Wang Wei grunted after seeing these 6. This is not good news for us, commented the clone, and he had to agree. These 6 creatures were the leaders of the innate demon gods that were returning to the world. He could tell each was a 4-star Primarch, but their potential allowed them to cultivate to 6-star, an equivalent of an eternal powerhouse. However, the balance mechanism had just given them some breathing room, and it would aggravate the situation if the myriad emperor worlds suddenly had 6 new eternal powerhouses. It's best to seal them and delay their growth and return, suggested the clone. The revival of the innate demon god was a major issue that could even influence the upper dimension. However, it was indeed an inappropriate time for them to show up, even if only 6 of them. However, if I take action, it will alert the people who took the bait. I'll send an order to the others to take action, said Wang Wei calmly. The fact these people did not do anything stupid showed they still respected his reign, so it was no problem to mobilize them. With a wave of his hand, talismans flew to different corners of the world. A few seconds afterward, powerful auras appeared above the sky. With the exception of Su Shi, who a first-class insurgent replaced, everybody showed up including the 2 from the sea race. Without saying much, they rushed to the designated area and sealed the nurturing place of these new innate demon gods. Afterward, they returned to their cultivation as if nothing had happened. Even Huafeng Huang and Ao Shen acted similarly despite being greedy for these creatures' bloodlines. The panicked people received no information or announcement, putting many people on edge. Go placate Primordial Desolate, said Wang Wei. He should be on edge ever since he heard the news about my injury, and with our actions, we don't want him to act out. All right. Wang Wei wanted to return to his retreat, but the former insurgent who replaced Su Shi came to see him. His purpose was simple, to apologize that the headmistress could not appear since she was in deep seclusion. Wang Wei was understanding and would not fault him or the academy for such a minor thing. A few minutes later, the clone returned and told him he made a wise move since the primordial god was indeed on the edge after seeing his kind being sealed. 20 more years passed, and the palpitating tension surrounding the world increased daily. The world's upper echelon deemed such tension a good thing, so they remained silent and encouraged it, forcing their disciples or underlings to train even harder. Then, when everybody thought the situation was about to explode, a sound echoed throughout the entire world. It only took a moment, but people soon identified it as Guqin and immediately searched for its source or origin. Finally, all eyes rested on the academy. And, any better name than the Great Darkness? I'm open to suggestions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10:16 Ode to the World. I have dedicated this ode to our beautiful homeland. Please, enjoy. Su Shi's angelic voice reverberated throughout the world, followed by the sound of the Guqin. The sound was slow and peaceful initially, but things immediately changed after she finished speaking. The music created a powerful illusion for anyone listening. As such, all sentient beings saw a story. No, they experienced the evolution of history. They saw the world in its early stages, full of darkness, chaos, and emptiness. After years of development and creation, the first life forms appeared. These beings were mighty and noble. Born immortal, they roamed the world without a care. Despite their mighty strength, they were a peaceful group who spent their time contemplating the laws of heaven and earth. Although their society was highly hierarchical, they got along well and rarely fought on a large scale. Everything was proceeding smoothly until a new race appeared, the human race. It was a weak and insignificant race with no powers and a short lifespan. But their appearance changed everything because such a tiny race was destined to be the protagonist of the world. After the birth of the human race, the music showed their struggle to survive the world back then. The citizens of the myriad emperor world saw how their ancestors first created flame, the first time they hunted in the wild or the sea, the first time they made clothes, the first time someone farmed, the first time they discovered the properties of herbs, the first time words were created and recorded. Su Shi's music showed them a tale of man against nature, and the protagonist was their ancestor. Anyone listening could feel the terrible environment of ancient times. They could feel the human race's ignorance but desire for knowledge and innovation. They saw how much their ancestors sacrificed to establish a human society and civilization. And having to experience all these things through a song was a sublimating experience to the soul. But things were not over. On the contrary, it was just the beginning. The song changed tempo and displayed the brutality of the ancient. The overlords at that time would not allow humans to rise. They immediately began a massacre with the sole purpose of eradicating the human race from the world. The human race only survived because a few of these creatures became sadistic after experiencing their first act of slaughter. So, they chose to secretly enslave large groups of humans for their own cruel amusement. Of course, a few kind individuals among them also saved people because they disagreed with such cruel actions. That period was a dark time for the human race. However, they survived and never gave up hope. The innate demon god's action did not break their spirit but awakened a collective consciousness among them. They now all had one goal: to break the shackles of slavery and rise to the top of this world. The human race spent hundreds of thousands of years in that dark age, maybe even millions. But that did not matter. Their desire and ambitions did not waver. Even their short lives did not stop them. Every tribe would pass on the idea of their predecessors to their young, ensuring the initial flame of rebellion remained even after countless millennia. Then, the human race's opportunity arose. A young man from the Wang tribe studied these creatures and created a cultivation system for the human race. He spread his work to the scattered tribes, telling them to buy their time and wait for the correct time. The music immediately showed what the correct time was. On top of a mountain, a young man waited as something descended from the sky before him, a heaven will. He absorbed it, proved the Tao, and officially became the first great emperor of the world. The young man then took on the responsibility of leading the human race. The early stages were still dark and full of tragedy. After all, he was the only one fighting with essentially the entire world. However, with his methodical and careful plans, unwavering willpower, and support from a few other talents, he held on long enough for the human race to grow. Su Shi's music then showed everyone an era of prosperity where many emperors roamed the world. Sadly, such an era was far from peaceful. The confrontation between humans and the former overlord soon spread throughout the entire lower dimension. The music did not show much of the war, but the scenes it showed people were enough to show how cruel and devastating it was. And then afterward was soon experienced by everybody. The human race was now the world's master, but their civilization was no more and had to start over. That time period was also turbulent as power was held in the hands of a few individuals. Meanwhile, the overall strength of the world was at an all-time low. Luckily, another hero with the name Wang showed up and pushed the development of the world forward. The Origin Emperor spread the Tao to the world, suppressed the people in power to give the world another chance, and made the immortals of this world sign the Immortal Avenue Pact, limiting their influence or intervention in the world. After the Origin Emperor, the world experienced another era of prosperity. The Sword Tao officially became the supreme Tao of attack, and other types of ancestor-like characters appeared, finally completing the Origin cultivation system. Afterward, the human race suffered another catastrophe in the shape of the Golden Ape. Luckily, they bent together and survived. The next era was a time when human power led to their demise. The rise of Buddhism and the use of incense showed how cruel humans could be after being the dominant race of the world and having no competitors. Many people who knew the history were surprised that Su Shi did not hide this part. The Buddhist monks and other emperor lineages did everything possible to acquire incense and accelerate the cultivation speed of their people. Then, the final result was retribution at the hand of another human race's hero, the absolute beginning emperor. The music showed the next era, and it could be strongly argued that it was harsher than ancient times. There were many kind and honorable innate demon gods, but the devil race had no such individuals. Cruelty was their innate nature and the way for them to acquire strength. So, their treatment of the human race or any creature in the myriad emperor world was abhorrent. Luckily, a lonely woman rose up and ended that time of cruelty. She was truly an unparalleled emperor, unlike anything the world had ever seen. The time after her disappearance was also a terrible time for the world. People were afraid and thus became extremely conservative as a means of protection. Adding to the fact that the world was recovering, the cultivation world entered a long period of stagnation and regression. It was only thousands of generations that another young talent appeared. He spread the idea of education to all. This new philosophy brought a new vitality to the myriad emperor world and could be argued to save it from a fate of immense decline. The next era was peaceful and full of life until one of the chosen human heroes turned on his people. The world suffered another catastrophe while dealing with these madmen, and a long time was needed to recuperate. The era after his disappearance was dull and mediocre, but luckily, that era gave birth to the Heavenly Emperor. The song ended with all the achievements of the Heavenly Emperor and how the world has changed since then. Once the music stopped playing, there was an eerie silence worldwide as people were still fascinated by the lingering sound of the guqin. Luckily, the appearance of the Heavenly Tao woke these people up. A small golden orb descended from the sky into the academy. Heavenly Court, Wang Wei opened his eyes also still lingering on that song. It was truly a sublimation of the soul to experience the history of the human's rise from its barbaric age to the present. He even felt the speed of his healing was slightly accelerated. He looked in the distance as Heavenly Tao awarded Su Shi and said weirdly, "Did she just create a national anthem for the myriad emperor world?" "It seems so. Now I'm a little jealous and angry I didn't think of that. You can't have all the good ideas for merit." True. He was not a musician, so such a thought never indeed passed his mind. The song should have other benefits. What are they? "Let's see," uttered the clone. "It's a unique source technique that grants her a 2% Grand Tao boost. 3 to 4% if she plays it while in the myriad emperor world or represents it in some capacity. Finally, it can give a minimum of 5% boost if she is in the act of protecting the world from some catastrophe." "A minimum of 5%, muttered Wang Wei. "Can only she use it?" "Before she ascends, yes. And even then, the academy has to give permission." Wang Wei sighed. The the Academy people were truly lucky they had someone like Su Shi to replace Lin Fan. I doubt he could do as good of a job as her. The destiny of creating the world's national anthem would bless them and even make up for losing the spirit of the epic. Emperor Kong might be an individual born with a unique destiny like your Wang Clang, commented the clone. Maybe, but even if he is, he still has a long way to go to reach our level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10:17 Caught fish. After receiving her award, Su Shi played the song a second time, but this time, the guqin was accompanied by her beautiful voice. People immediately knew the song had accompanying words, so they listened. Visions flashed above the sky as her voice echoed throughout heaven and earth. Just like the guqin piece, the song's words perfectly encapsulated the history and zeitgeist of the myriad emperor world. Once Su Shi finished, she received more merit, but the eye of heavenly Tao was long gone and did not reappear. Western continent, Feng opened his eyes after experiencing the journey that was this song and its vocals. He looked at the central continent, focusing on the Academy, a song dedicated to the world? No, it is a song that can perfectly represent its history and people. Donor Su Shi is truly a talented empress, he muttered before a glint flashed in his eyes. Since the world can have its representative song, can it also have a scripture of the same kind? As soon as this idea came to mind, he could not remove it. So, he sent his congratulations to Su Shi before entering a seclusion. He wanted to see if he could write a scripture that could embody the essence of the myriad emperor world. Feng was not the only person with such an idea. After people realized Su Shi's achievement, people immediately thought about imitating or replicating her success. The top Taoist factions had the same idea as Feng, wishing to write a scripture that perfectly represented the world. Some people wished to create a painting or piece of calligraphy with the same effect. Such development was not something only cultivators did, but even mortals participated. Over the years, arts and crafts have entered a golden age, birthing many talented mortals. These talents knew the song's appearance was an opportunity and one they had a chance to partake in. In the northern continent, Aoshan saw the benefits of that song. He knew it was an excellent method to condense the overall cohesion of humanity and the world. So, he wanted his own demon song for the demon race. Sadly, things like art and craft were not things their kind was particularly skilled at. So he needed some help and time to prepare. After the song, the Enlightening Temple became even more critical as arts and crafts received another boost in their development. Heavenly Court, Wang Wei calmly watched the change of the world. It should be about time, he muttered. Yes. He used his authority in the dream world to record Su Shi's song before continuing his retreat. 5 years later, he was forcefully awakened as his clone told him there were intruders. What's the situation? 9 intruders, replied the clone. 1 eternal, 2 pseudo-eternal, and 3 first class and 2 immortal sovereign. Basically, 5 eternal powerhouses. This lineup seemed a bit exaggerated. He expected the leaked news to bring people, but not so many powerhouses. Some people have intervened. Who? Wait, let me guess, the Commerce Hub. That's right, nodded the clone. They've learned of the Heavenly Court and your curse on the position. They are using these pawns to test you. Wang Wei smiled. After news about the court leaked to the Commerce Hub from the Star Beast world, he expected some of these people to move and has been waiting for them. With these people, I have a justification for directly attacking the Commerce Hub. Although he did not need a reason, it would help in the transition period. After all, he understood that order and credibility are 2 of the most important things for people doing business. What do you want me to do? Seal or immediately kill them? No, fight with them and delay for a while. I want to see how some of these eternal powerhouses will react and whether we can draw more behind-the-scenes individuals. As you wish. After the clone disappeared, someone else appeared next to Wang Wei, Wang Ju. He had to prepare in case someone saw through his clone and attacked his main body. Are you sure my injury did not affect your strength? No, everything was fine. Interesting. He realized the version of the Lord's Shadow technique that his ancestor gave him was a high-level source technique after seeing Wang Zhe's situation. He wanted to learn something from it but ended up with nothing. However, he also realized that higher cultivators do have some understanding of existence, even without walking the eternal path. Otherwise, this technique should not have prevented Wang Zhu from being affected whatsoever by his injury. Wang Wei focused on the screen before him, watching everything unfold from a distance. Today was a regular day for the citizens of the Myriad Emperor world, or it should have been. People thought they could continue their usual routine, a sign of the peaceful time they lived in. However, something happened that soon reminded them of the world's cruelty. 9 powerful auras manifested out of nowhere above the sky, and they did not waste time in greetings and immediately attacked the world, most likely trying to deal a devastating attack on the people and the world as a weakening tactic. Panic ensued before a shield blocked all these 9 attacks. Then, the sound of people praising and praying to the Heavenly Emperor resonated worldwide. Then, out of nowhere, the people began to sing the world song harmoniously, forming a weird aura around the Myriad Emperor world. The 9 individuals who orchestrated these terrorist attacks began to communicate after their first attack failed. Did anyone sense the presence of the target? Asked a man in the front, who appeared to be the leader. No, I didn't sense anything. The others agreed, and one person added, this shield should be the natural defense of the world he left before his injury. So, do we continue the mission? Everyone looked at the leader, the only true Eternal in the group, and he was not an ordinary one at that. I still think we are being too careful, commented one of the pseudo-Eternals. There is no way someone can be so powerful. He believes the curse resulted from some artifact or unknown power that slipped from the upper dimension. You can let pride and arrogance cloud your judgment, but I won't make such a mistake, responded the leader. The plan will continue as normal. Remember, there is still a high chance that the other eternal powerhouses will intervene to protect their home. What's with that song they're chanting? Don't know, but it's probably a precursor to a source technique. They could see the song was gathering a unique power that resembled the power of heaven and earth but on a much larger scale. We need to hurry up to prevent more variables. Their conversation was fast and brief, and the leader sent his orders. However, before they could act, a projection of empty, vast space manifested before him. A void battlefield? His face changed because the information he received was wrong. According to the people organizing this attack, the Tao opening sect has been searching for the material to create a void battlefield. However, due to their manipulations, they have not acquired the truly important parts. In other words, they should not have won. The leader wanted to react, but he was forcefully swallowed by the battlefield, where the clone waited for him. After seeing Wang Wei, he remained calm. Many preparations were made for this battlefield, and after countless analyses, it was determined that the first Heavenly Emperor was baiting people to attack him. They still chose to attack because it was determined he was indeed injured and weakened. As such, the leader expected he might encounter the Heavenly Emperor, but he was satisfied as long as it was an injured or weakened version. What an interesting group, commented Wang Wei's clone with some surprise. A very powerful anti-divination artifact even blessed you. He knew the Commerce Hub had a deep foundation but did not expect such a level. The artifact almost worked on the clone's limited powers. However, after a brief analysis, it's understandable why the hub would have such an artifact. They hold records of exchanges with thousands of worlds. Such information is extremely valuable in the right hand, so they need a way to protect their information from leaking into the hands of diviners. So, you're the first Heavenly Emperor, said the leader. You can call me the Fist Saint Emperor. First Heavenly Emperor? Is this what the Endless Void refers to me as? I must admit, I like the title, but you guys could be a little more creative. I suggest, Superior Heavenly Emperor, or Supreme Heavenly Emperor. It seems your reputation precedes you, commented the Fist Saint Emperor. Reputation? Now, I'm interested in how the rest of the world sees me. Carefree, easygoing, unparalleled talent and wisdom, and more importantly, a grand arrogance hidden under a facade of a smile. Interesting, uttered Wang Wei. You guys should have overturned everything I did during Gu Xian's trial to get this conclusion. What I did to the Spirit Genesis sect should also have leaked. Yes, so you're very famous in certain circles. Is that so? Although I tell myself I don't like fame or fortune, I also know deep down this was a lie. So, I'm happy people know me, said Wang Wei with a smile. But soon, it faded. He was changing his face as easily as switching one mask for another. Enough with the chit-chat, he said with a somber voice. You little rats have dispersed my peace, and I do not appreciate that. So, don't take offense to what is about to happen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1018 Mistake. Wang Wei sat on his throne in the court with a screen before him. He saw the exchange between his clone and the Fist Saint Emperor. Soon, the battle began, and he paid attention. It was apparent this group came prepared as the other 8 formed a formation that blessed their strength to the Fist Saint Emperor. The result was the latter's strength almost reached 50% Grand Dao source, making the clones sweat lightly. A few minutes after the battle, someone intervened. Huafeng Huang came flying in the void battlefield riding a phoenix. She did not hesitate to attack the group, and they responded appropriately. They did not break up the formation, but one of the immortal sovereigns used a technique that created a projection with all his strength. Huafeng Huang frowned before confronting the projection. A few minutes after her, Su Shi also appeared on the battlefield, and she faced 2 projections, one from an immortal sovereign and the other from a pseudo-emperor. So, only these 2 showed up, muttered Wang Wei. Well, it makes sense. They know the value of these people. Meanwhile, Feng Heng is using an extremely careful approach to expanding Buddhism. He probably wants to follow in my footsteps to reduce the risk. Ocean knows the foundation of the demon race cannot yet control an entire world, so he is focusing on his transition. I'm curious why the sword-casting Villa and the sea race have not made a move. The sea race does dare show up after what they've done, said Wang Ju. A stupid act, in my opinion. They should immediately come to help to show their loyalty. It would have been easier for them to plausibly deny their involvement. If they did that, I probably would have been more forgiven, nodded Wang Wei. What about the sword-casting Villa? Why do you think they did not move? A careful and patient approach, said Wang Ju while remaining invisible. Like these people, they know you're baiting people but that you're also injured. Without your overwhelming power, they want to see how things play out. Plus, they probably do not want to risk the danger of their immortal sovereign. They've had such a trump card and hid it for so long, so, understandably, their approach is usually extreme caution, agreed Wang Wei. Someone is coming, Wang Ju suddenly said, and Wang Wei turned his head away from the screen. He watched a towering figure with red skin walk into the room. Primordial Desolate, what can I do for you? Asked Wang Wei calmly. My deduction was correct. The one fighting outside is a clone, your real body is greatly injured and weak. And so? And so this is my opportunity. I will say this once, do not do something you'll regret. My mission was about to finish, but you paused it. I can't accept that, replied Primordial Desolate. Plus, as long as you exist in this world, there will be no place for the innate demon gods to prosper in the world. Prosper? Do you think this is ancient time? Asked Wang Wei, not hiding his sneer. Your race can return to this world because we, the human race, allowed it. If you can stay in your lane, then you can exist. If not, you will suffer the same fate as your ancestor. Stay in our lane? We were the master of this world, yelled the primordial god. Keyword were. You cannot possibly understand how we felt, groaned Primordial Desolate. As creatures born from heaven and earth, we consider heavenly Tao as our mother. Yet, she cast us away, rejected our existence, and chose humans as the protagonists of the world. Can you fathom such a betrayal? How painful and sad it was. So, We cannot and will not live peacefully with humans. Wang Wei briefly paused. Your words made me realize my mistake. I thought the new generation of innate demon gods needed someone like you for guidance, but that's wrong. They don't need ideas from a bygone era, they need a fresh start, one with the weight of history or the mistakes of their ancestors. Primordial Desolate's eyes turned red. It would be very easy to influence the new era of innate lifeforms without knowledge from their ancestors. And even if they read the world's history, it will not be the same as experiencing through him or their bloodline. You've proven that I made the right decision today, roared Primordial Desolate before rushing forward. However, he did not move a few meters before countless shadows and tentacles rose from the ground, capturing and sealing him into a black, spherical jewel the size of an eyeball. Wang Wei looked at Wang Ju, who was holding the seal, and shook his head. Even if Wang Ju was not here, the court was his domain. It was not an easy thing to kill him in this place with all the formations. What do you want to do with him? She asked. You're in charge of searching his soul. His knowledge about ancient times should be valuable. After that, sends his body to Elder Dan to make pills. He should make my body refining make great progress. As you wish. Wang Wei nodded before focusing on the battle. So, no one else has taken the bait. I sense some prying eyes, but it appears that no one will intervene. That's a shame. Immediately after finishing these words, the battle changed. Su Shi began to sing, and her aura drastically increased. Then, with one swift motion, she destroyed both the projections fighting her before rushing to one of the pseudo-eternals in the formation. She sealed him before leaving the battlefield. Huafeng Wang was shocked but acted swiftly. She took the opportunity, given that the array was in disarray, to deal with her projections and capture the second pseudo-eternal and leave. The clone shook his head before stopping the unwanted prying eyes. Finally, he used all his power to deal with the group. A few minutes later, he returned to the court with several sealed individuals. Muttered Wang Wei as he held the seals. Where is the Fist Saint Emperor? He dissipated as I sealed him. Apparently, he was careful and used a well-created clone with all his powers. Interesting. Did you get which heaven will world he originated from? Of course. Good. I look forward to fighting him again personally. The Fist Saint Emperor reminded him of one of his favorite characters from his favorite anime, an old man with the moniker of Iron Fist. Wang Ju, the next step is all you. Send Fate's shadow guards to these people's world, set up base, gather information, and remove obstacles. When we begin to expand to the endless void, their worlds will be perfect for the first trials. The expansion was very important to it, and one of its main components, the Enlightening Temple, had already been established. After expanding throughout this heaven-will community, his mother should gather enough merit to prove the Tao. However, the lower dimension has 3,799 world communities remaining, and the merit for creating the temple in these places will all belong to Wang Wei. However, 99% of worlds do not like when foreigners intrude or have any form of influence on their plane. So, Wang Wei is expecting resistance. He is not prepared to use a pure militaristic approach to spread the Enlightening Temple, so he will use a more business model of sharing profit. He will use the worlds of these attackers as a template to show others the benefit of allowing him to spread the temple. He's willing to share some benefits with the people who choose to accept a more peaceful cooperation. Of course, he's also prepared to wage interplanar war if necessary. I will get to it immediately. Wang Ju immediately disappeared into the shadow. It was like she was never here in the first place. What happened here? Asked the clone, who sensed something. I was just correcting a little mistake I made, he replied indifferently. Don't worry about it. Let's begin with the cleanup. All right. The clone disappeared, and soon afterward, the world trembled slightly, focusing primarily on the sea. The people who knew or guessed what was happening secretly sighed. Not even 10 minutes passed before things returned to normal. Wang Wei looked at the two people before him. His eyes were cold as he sat on the throne. How many chances did I give you? Most would say I was too lenient. Your Majesty you don't have to say any nonsense. None of you will walk out of this room. am granting you this audience to see if you can convince me to spare your respective race. Your Majesty. Wang Wei heard them talk, but it was all noise to him. He has been very patient with the sea race, but for some reason, these people seem determined to walk toward the path of destruction. Okay, it seems there is nothing you can say to save your race. Do it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1019 Message. The clone waved his hand to manifest a cauldron composed of flame that swallowed these two immortal sovereigns. He was not burning or torturing them. Instead, he used the good fortune flame to refine them into resources. He purified their soul and immortal qi into its purest form, thus leaving enough pure energy for the Tao opening sect to cultivate one immortal sovereign. Two white and blue orbs floated in the cauldron a few minutes later. The white orb contained pure soul energy, and the second orb contained pure immortal qi. Still not completely finished, commented the clone. The second can finish the rest. Remind them to leave this thing as a foundation instead of using it. It was unwise for the Tao opening sect to have another eternal powerhouse in the current situation, so these two things will be left for an emergency. The clone waved his hand, and the orbs disappeared. Then, he asked, "What are you going to do?" "I meant what I said," replied Wang Wei. "What? Are you feeling empathy?" The reason he teased the clone was that the latter was slightly different from him personality-wise. He had to do so to prevent his injury, which was the result of damage to his existence, affecting the clone. "I just want to ensure we use them in the best way possible." Wang Wei did not immediately explain and looked in the distance. "The people of the world considered me a sage because of how I deal with things. I flaunt my power but do not use it unless necessary. However, I need to show them I can be a tyrant, that I can be cruel. So, the sea is a message, a warning." "All right." The clone snapped his finger, and the entire world changed. All the members of the Panlong and Sea Lion race disappeared one by one, sending a chill shiver down the members of the sea race who watched the event. The immortals and insurgents of those two races were the last to disappear, so they tried to prevent their fate. They activated their race's formations and artifacts, but it was useless. Their fate was annihilated by a higher power, which rendered their attempt absolutely futile. As such, the two most powerful races from the sea disappeared from the world, becoming history. The worst part is the foundation/resources of these two emperor lineages also disappeared with them, and people could guess where they went. The sea race was not the only group of people affected by that snap. All the devil cultivators who were used as pawns to spread the news also disappeared. However, Wang Wei did not annihilate any factions. The devil cultivators were already drastically weakened, so kicking a sick beast was unnecessary. A collective, silent, and invisible sigh echoed worldwide as people watched what happened to the Panlong and Sea Lion race. They understood the message behind this cruel massacre. They understand the easygoing heavenly emperor who prefers to use diplomatic means for solutions can be cruel when needed. They understood the honor, glory, and praise that comes with the title of sage, or wise ruler, could not bind the heavenly emperor morally. Of course, the people who truly knew Wang Wei had long understood this idea was only the wish of certain people. How could morality bind a man who pursues absolute freedom? "It's done," said the clone, and Wang Wei nodded. "Let's go wait for our visitors outside." As he walked outside, he saw the incense of the court had drastically increased. It seems that fear and the desire for protection is the best way to gather incense. As the people felt danger coming from the outside, they prayed to Wang Wei and the other conferred gods more piously. "I hope you're not getting any ideas," said the clone. "I know it's not a cost-effective or lasting business model to use fear to gather incense," he replied nonchalantly. "Well, at least not in my own backyard." He continued walking as he visited some sites in the court. Every time he looked at the design, he praised his creativity and vision. He did not wait long as his first visitor arrived. "Your Majesty, please leave a way out for the sea race." Wang Wei slowly turned around to see a man kneeling on the ground, face deep on the floor. He was from the Tengshi clan. "I'm not bloodthirsty, hence why I only targeted the 2 people involved in this matter," said Wang Wei calmly. However, this representative did not get up. "Please, give us a chance. I believe in balance, so I did not remove your god positions," continued Wang Wei. "However, you should understand the danger of not having an eternal powerhouse while possessing all these resources." "I understand." "Good. In that case, you may leave," replied Wang Wei before continuing his affairs. The representative stood up and bowed politely before disappearing. After returning, he immediately gathered a meeting of the highest order in the sea race. For this meeting, they had one purpose: cultivate an immortal sovereign as soon as possible and at all costs. Star Beast World, Tong Ruobing was in seclusion before receiving a talisman. She frowned but knew her people would not contact her unless there were a great emergency. She used her divine sense to read it. Damn it, she cursed before immediately activating a talisman that teleported her to the Myriad Emperor world. She appeared in the City Lord room, where most of the sect's immortals, insurgents, and great elders were already waiting. Tong Ruobing released a terrifying aura that made everyone kneel on the ground. "Are you people stupid?" Her roar shook the heavens. Luckily, the room was sealed to prevent anything from leaving, including sound. "City Lord, we apologize. It was already too late when we realized what had happened." Tong Ruobing clutched her hand so tight that it began to bleed. She could not help but lose control of her emotions after the stupid things these people had done. Even worse, her clone did not notice in time and stopped it. "It's my fault. I should have left a better clone," she thought after calming down. She focused so much on the Star Beast world that she neglected her home. Who was responsible? The room was quiet after she asked the question. Luckily, someone saw Tong Ruobing was about to throw another tantrum and revealed the truth. 5 individuals were summoned, and Tong Ruobing looked at them without hiding her hatred and disdain. "Even my own lineage," she commented, not hiding the sneer and disappointment in her voice. The talisman ancestor did not like clans, so he discouraged future emperors from leaving their families. Instead, the city was composed of lineages, unique schools of thought, or talisman-making methods. Of the 5 culprits, the weakest was an immortal sovereign, and the most powerful one was a first-class insurgent? Albeit not the top of first class but first class nonetheless. Tong Ruobing looked at these people before waving her hand. A white light flashed, and these 5 people's souls and bodies dissipated, leaving only 5 heads suspended in the hair. "I will clean up this mess," she said coldly before disappearing. Heavenly Court, Wang Wei was fishing. The small fishing pond near the garden has become his favorite spot. "I've been expecting you," he said without stopping his action. "I apologize for what happened." "I did not know," said Tong Ruobing as she bowed 90 degrees, showing her sincerity. "I'm aware, hence why I left you to deal with it. This is my explanation." Wang Wei still did not move and used his divine sense to see behind him. Tong Ruobing presented him with 5 heads and a small amount of golden merit. Decisive as always. However, this is not enough. Tong Ruobing gritted her teeth. She was poor and could only use such a thing as a gift because she had recreated the talisman weapon in the Star Beast world. However, she had already absorbed the majority for her retreat, so she did not have much left. Additionally, she had already loaned the city's greatest treasure to Wang Wei. As for other resources she could use, they were not nearly as valuable. She wanted to craft a potent emperor artifact. As such, she has already used many of the city's reserve emperor tier ores and even disassembled foreign emperor artifacts for their materials. She was not stupid enough to use resources from the Star Monarch Mountain. She had an unspoken agreement with Muley that their resources were separate in certain aspects. Tong Ruobing's mind flashed numerous ideas, thinking about how to deal with this situation. Finally, she thought of something. "I will owe you a favor. In this world, nothing is more worthless and valuable than a promise. So she will use it." Wang Wei finally paused and turned around to look at her. do you know what it means to owe me a favor? I do, and I still chose this way. Tong Ruobing knew it was one thing to get Wang Wei's forgiveness for the stupid actions of her people, but more importantly, she needed to re-establish the trust they previously formed after a turbulent relationship. Good, nodded Wang Wei. I know what I want for my favor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1020 Null Era Secrets. Have you heard of the Abyss Gap? Tong Ruobing immediately frowned. No, a little. It's one of the few forbidden lands of the Endless Void. She has read some of the Star Monarch Mountain records and saw the Abyss Gap information. However, no records revealed what secrets lay in that place. I need you to enter and get me some useful information, said Wang Wei, who waved his hand to send her a jade talisman. This talisman will grant you my pinnacle strength. Use it before entering and get me some valuable information about that gap. Tong Ruobing looked at the talisman. Can I have some time to prepare? Of course, but don't take too long. Tong Ruobing bowed before disappearing. She had a lot of work to do. First, she needed to cultivate a decent clone to prevent the same mistake from happening. This process took over a year, and once she finished, she returned to the Star Beast world. What happened? Asked Mulei, who sensed her early departure and sent a projection to check on her. Tong Ruobing sighed before telling him everything. Why are you being so stupid now of all time? Grunted Mulei. Offer him high-level positions in our court, why take such risk? No, I absolutely will now allow his tentacles to spread to this world, rebuked Tong Ruobing, making Mulei sigh. My retreat is almost over. Wait for me, and I'll replace you. No need. Since this is my mess, I'll clean it up. Tong Ruobing refused without hesitation. She did not want to put him in this kind of danger. Plus, things are not so bad. Not so bad? Do you know how dangerous the Abyss Gap is? Thousands of emperors from all classes have sealed this thing, but the aura released from it has always managed to corrode the seal. Heaven knows what horror would exit that thing if not resealing it every generation. Tong Ruobing was silent as she looked at the talisman in her hand. This is indeed a catastrophe, but it's also an opportunity. Anything related to Wang Wei is both danger and an opportunity. She has long known this, hence why she never kept her distance away from him, knowing how scary he was. With this talisman and some preparation, the worst thing that can happen is entering limbo. Mulei's projection looked her in the eyes, and knew he could not change her decision. Those eyes were when she would be stubborn. So, he sighed deeply before saying, I will prepare for your possible revival. Tong Ruobing did not immediately enter the Abyss Gap but searched for as much information as possible regarding it from the Commerce Hub. Finally, she activated the talisman and entered. Myriad Emperor World, Heavenly Court. Wang Wei opened his eyes as he felt the talisman's disappearance. His eyes twinkled as he waited with anticipation. When he was about to return to his retreat, he received news from Wang Ju. A moment later, she appeared in the room. Finished? Yes, she replied before handing Primordial Desolate's memories, and Wang Wei viewed them. Primordial Desolate was a talented and unique primordial god for a few reasons. During the war, the innate demon gods realized they needed to change, adapt, and evolve to have an ounce of chance to win or survive this war. They knew their old and consecutive ways were not enough. This idea resulted in the project to create the demon race, a subservient acquired race that could acquire the heaven-willen worlds that abandoned their kind. Another creation of that mindset was Project Evolution. The innate demon gods knew their strict hierarchical society and civilization were burdens in this war, especially when compared to humans' large population and ability for unlimited growth. So, they researched ways to purify and evolve their bloodline. The success of that project allowed an innate demon god born with the potential of a one-star pre-march to break that limitation on their bloodline and ascend to higher levels of power. Primordial Desolate was born with only 2-star potential but broke his limits and achieved 6-star. However, this was not what made him special or unique. It's because he was the first limit-breaking creature that rose through the rank and acquired the name, title, or position of primordial. According to the Primordial God Society, only their ancestors, the first gods born in the world, could use the word primordial in their name. Later, the laws changed to include anyone with 6-star power, which was also a privilege to a few individuals born early in the primordial era. During the war, despite changing the rules and allowing anyone who achieved 6-star powers to get that title, discrimination and political restraint prevented many people from acquiring the title. For example, Primordial Desolate was not the first limit-breaker individual to reach 6-star, but he was the first person to get the primordial name. From Primordial Desolate's memory, Wang Wei had a deeper insight into the innate demon god society and the brutality of the war. He also learned a few new secrets and confirmed things he had already suspected. The innate acquired war was not only something that happened in the lower dimension but a massive war that started in the Eternal Ascension world. Both sides in the lower dimension would receive aid or support from the upper dimension. Furthermore, Wang Wei knew why most great emperors in immortal powerhouses did not ascend, and it was not mainly because the environment supported their cultivation. The main reason was the war was even harsher in the upper dimension, and no one wanted to ascend and become cannon fodder. They knew in such a massive war, they would be nothing but slightly larger cannon fodder. Luckily for them, the war in the lower dimension was vital to the one upward. So, they received support in the form of resources, and once the 12 acquired Supreme used the powerful formation to deal the most significant blow to the opposite side, they won the war and blessed the upper dimension's side with chi luck and destiny, which in turn helped them also achieve victory later down the line. Of course, the upper dimension innate lives would not easily accept such a defeat. So, they organized a retreat for the remaining survivors while leaving some people to remain and find a way to recondense the luck of the innate demon gods. Primordial Desolate was not the only one, he was not even the only one from the Myriad Emperor world, but he was the only one remaining in this plane. Once their people left, the upper dimension retaliated. They attacked the history of the lower dimension, removing 99% of all records, thus forcing all cultivation civilizations to die out and have to start over. They also forced the surviving emperors to ascend, not giving them a chance to rebuild. As such, only a few worlds were lucky enough to retain some information from before the Null era. Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled. These memories were valuable as he learned a few secrets. He also understood why it was always fuzzy when navigating the river of time and seeing what had happened during the Null era. I also understand why not many great emperors from that era are still alive, he thought. After fighting and surviving that war, they were forced to ascend and participate in an even more terrible one. He knew how lucky someone must be to survive a war full of paragons, Tao rulers, immortal kings, and heavenly primarchs. And if the war was indeed about acquired life against innate, fiend gods may have participated. After this experience, Wang Wei finally believed his ancestors, the heaven-opening emperor, words that he was not as bad as history portrayed him. And that's because the latter should have been a paragon by the time Qiyuan ascended. Qiyuan would never have had a chance if a paragon was after him, especially since he had no foundation in the upper dimension. You did a good job, said Wang Wei to Wang Ju. As long as I can help you. Wang Wei nodded. Is there anything else? I want to know your intentions with the Commerce Hub. Are you asking why I did not immediately attack them? Yes. It's not like you, nodded Wang Ju. Your words explained why I'm not doing it, replied Wang Wei. People know I don't like to face any loss, so it's obvious what my next step should be after the previous attack retaliate against it. Wang Wei smiled after he said these words. As a master of fate, he understood its manifestation is often very simple. A person's fate is the combination of their behavior patterns developed during their life. If someone knows someone well enough, they can predict the latter's fate by knowing how they will act or make decisions. Are you worried they will be prepared for an attack? Even if they were prepared, it would not make a difference, explained Wang Wei. My concern is they make it difficult for me to control the commerce. The hub was a business, and using brute force to control was useless. Plus, Wang Wei was greedy and needed it perfectly intact when he controlled it. So, we are going to let them scot-free? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1021 Demon Catastrophe. Of course not, replied Wang Wei. I plan to cook them slowly. First, Sword One will use this event to accuse these people of interfering in other world affairs. They have, of course, refuted that claim. However, with her insistence and fear of my power, they have relented some power to us to calm down the situation. Now, all I have to do is to slowly infiltrate their ranks and learn as much as possible while pretending I no longer hold a grudge. When they believe I have let things go, that's when I will strike and take control of everything in one fell swoop. I understand, nodded Wang Ju, who knew what to do next. She only needs to provide people to Sword One and aid her in infiltration. That's good. How is the Fate Shadow Guard developing? Very well. I have used your soul network ability to recruit members from all over the lower dimension, reported Wang Ju. It was easy to find talented individuals who were not detected by other factions or desperate people who would sell their souls for one reason or another. With such a large and easily recruited talent pool, I have expanded our spread to more than 300 Heavenwell communities. Oh, that's impressive. Did you have any trouble when infiltrating the Heavenwell worlds? We had a few encounters with worlds with keen eternal powerhouses, but our approach has always been to be quiet and steady. So, no real trouble so far. That's good news. What happened to my chat group? After granting Wang Ju his soul network talent, he also ordered her to take control of the group. I recruited the assassin into the guard. The Mad King and wannabe god wanted independence and freedom, so I let them go after they paid their debt. The rest chose to become members of the Grey Hall. The Grey Hall is one of the Dao opening sect's best businesses in the Commerce Hub, focusing on hiring mercenaries and selling information. With the Soul Network and the Fate Shadow Guard, the Hall has quickly become one of the best in that field. If not for the secret restraint of other members of the Hub and its early age and lack of prestige, it would have dominated the field of information selling. With these two's personalities and ambitions, it made sense they chose that path, nodded Wang Wei. He did not know whether his path would meet again with these people, but he doubted it. However, with the scripture he created for them, they might be very successful in cultivating if they play their cards correctly. One of them might even prove the Dao. You can attend to your work now, said Wang Wei, and Wang Ju bowed before leaving. Another 10 years passed, and nothing major had changed in the world. Arts and crafts were still rapidly developing in the mortal and cultivation worlds. However, no one has yet replicated Su Shi's success. Wang Wei had to wake up because the clone told him 2 of the major events he was waiting for were about to happen. Once he woke up, he checked his work. Nothing major had changed except for the sect telling him some of the pills he wanted refined from the material gathered in the Dao burial ground were about to finish. So, he was happy about that. The dream world was proceeding smoothly, and his friends and family were either retreating or traveling the world to temper their minds. Without anything to do, he waited. Myriad Emperor World Community, an unknown Great Thousand World, 2 demons waited before a formation for someone. One was in his human shape but with red eyes, while the other one was an enormous spider. They seemed nervous and excited as they waited. Can't you use your human form? Complained Crazy Eye. No, replied the spider. The chief said we should love and embrace our demon forms. He said although it's easier to cultivate in the human form, we should get comfortable in our own body. I'm just following his words. Crazy Eye grunted and wished to say the chief barely stayed in his demon form. However, he dared not say such a thing. The 2 soon became quiet and waited for more than half an hour before the formation flashed, and a woman in all black, including black rouge on her lips, walked out. Their hearts skipped a beat as they saw who came, the legendary black-winged eagle, known for her harsh and cruel punishment. The spider immediately turned into his human form to prevent offending her. You 2 are the ones who claim to have found a supreme bloodline? Yes, Sir Black Eagle, said Crazy Eye after seeing his companion's cowardice and lack of desire to talk. You should understand the consequences of lying about such a thing. Her words were plain and straightforward, without any hint of intimidation. However, they immediately felt chills running down their spine. We do. Good. Show me the good. The two swiftly led her to the nearby compound to a room that contained a young man tied and gagged. Why is he in such a bad state? Asked Black Eagle as she took out an artifact shaped like a lamp. The two looked at each other before Crazy Eye spoke again. He kept screaming, "Do you know who I am? And, you will regret this," so we had to beat him up a little to quiet him down. His identity? D. Her eyes bulged as the lamp glowed with intense purple gold. She had never seen such a powerful and potent bloodline in all her life. For a moment, she was fascinated and wished to take it for herself. Luckily, she had great willpower and unwavering loyalty and quickly woke up. Without hesitation, she waved her hand to place the young man inside a secure dimension before turning around and looking at these two. You did a great job, and the chief will reward you. For a moment, Black Eagle wanted to kill these two to silence them. However, thinking about how the chief has been advocating for change and not using crude and cruel ways to deal with things, she chose otherwise. Crazy Eye and the spider secretly sighed in relief. Before reporting this news, they also feared the possibility of silence. Luckily, the chief's attempt at changing their kind was successful. They knew from now on that their lives would be different once they received their rewards. Black Eagle did not want to waste time, so she used the formation to return to the Myriad Emperor world swiftly. She breathed in relief after seeing she was back home. Her first instinct was to run to the chief and report her finding, but she decided otherwise. She decided to report things usually and act as usual. Their task force is very secret since it could offend or alert unwanted individuals. Because of their secretive nature, they must act in specific ways to prevent their identity from leaking. Black Eagle knew rushing to the chief would signal to the people watching that something significant had happened in the north. Ocean's residence. He suddenly opened his eyes. What's going on? Why do I feel such palpitation? A sense of dread seemed to loom over him. He frowned before walking out of the room. He looked at the sky, and his furrowed brow became deeper. Visible only to his eyes was the demon race's Chi-Luck dragon, which he quickly spotted a profound black spot. A sign of catastrophe? What's going on? He immediately used one of his bloodlines to divine some information. Luckily for him, he soon found the source. Black Eagle? Ocean did not hesitate to summon her secretly. He went the extra mile to hide from any prying eyes. Tell me what happened. Chief, did you also sense that bloodline? What do you mean? Black Eagle was puzzled but did not hesitate to reveal the captured young man and explain what happened. The moment Ocean looked at the young man, he had an ugly expression. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0V3LB1N, Chief. Is there something wrong? That's a direct descendant of the Wang clan. The color immediately drained from Black Eagle's face. She wanted to deny it but realized why this young man's bloodline was so powerful and noble. She immediately knelt on the ground and said, Chief, I swear I did not know. Ocean was doing everything possible to control his emotions. He was very careful in selecting people for his bloodline hunting task force. He placed Black Eagle in such a high position because of her meticulous and fair personality. Yet, this still happens. Chief, you can offer my head to placate the Heavenly Emperor's fury. No need. Chief, this is no time for compassion. If my death can save the demon race, do not hesitate. She was only a quasi-emperor, so her death would not affect the race too much. Are you the chief, or am I? Rebutted Ocean sternly. You can leave, and I will deal with the situation myself. Your punishment will come once this ordeal is dealt with. He dismissed her before spending the next minutes thinking alone. After analyzing the situation, he immediately left for the court to see the Heavenly Emperor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1022 Two major events. Wang Wei walked into the throne room where Ao Shen was waiting. His face was still pale but better than the last time they saw each other. Wang Wei slowly sat down. What happened to make you in such a hurry? My people did something egregious, and I wanted to apologize, replied Ao Shen before cupping his hand and bowing deeply. Wang Wei looked in the distance and uttered, I see. Where is the kid? Ao Shen waved his hand, and the captured Wang clan members appeared in the middle of the room. The young man looked at Ao Shen with eyes that wished to spew fire before bowing to Wang Wei, Patriarch. What's your name? The little one is Wang Shirong. Shirong? Scholar of Honor? That's an excellent name. Thank you, Patriarch, for the compliment, replied Wang Shirong, trying to control his emotions. Every Wang clan member knew of the legendary tale and accomplishments of the Patriarch. There is even debate on who is a better Patriarch and Emperor, the ancestor, Qiyuan, or the current Heavenly Emperor. To Shirong, there is no debate that the Heavenly Emperor is better. However, people in the clan are so used to blindly worshipping the ancestor that this pointless conversation keeps going on. He knew how many bragging rights he would have after returning to the clan and telling these people he met the Patriarch, and the latter praised his name. How is your injury? Asked Wang Wei. Nothing serious. The scratches on his body had already healed, so there were no injuries, but he could not readily admit that. Why didn't you use the clan's name to save yourself? The Wang clan has started to send their members to different worlds as a form of training and tempering. These people won't receive a Tao protector and must rely on them. However, they are thought to use the clan's name and power in case of emergency. The only negative effect of doing so is receiving a lower evaluation unless the situation is truly unavoidable. I wanted to, but these demons did not give me an opportunity, he replied with gritted teeth. Luckily, you're alright, nodded Wang Wei before glancing at Ao Shen. You only need to compensate the kid, and the situation will be resolved. The proud dragon's heart skipped a beat as he would not believe these words. He had analyzed how the Tao opening sect operated and knew they would not care if their clan member was killed or even captured by another genius. However, they would not accept an older and more powerful cultivation capturing their own, especially for their clan's bloodline. Given how potent and supreme their bloodline has become, such an act is probably taboo to them. The Heavenly Emperor might not care about such a small event, but what about after he leaves? What if the Wang clan holds a grudge? What if they use this event in the future to attack or intervene in the affairs of the demon race? With all these things to consider, Ao Shen knew he could not solve this issue without the utmost satisfaction level for all parties. A space ring appeared in his palm, and he handed it to the kid. This space ring contained many rare resources to develop the bloodline. Consider it compensation for what my people did. Wang Shirong did not immediately take the ring despite his excitement. He instead looked at Wang Wei and only took it after the latter nodded. He then bowed politely before leaving the throne room. He was smart enough to know when to exit and not participate in these grown-up affairs. Wang Wei watched this young human fiend gods departing back and secretly praised how smart this kid was. Your Majesty, this is to thank you for making resolving this problem so swift and easy, continued Ao Shen as he held a scroll in his hands. It flew to Wang Wei on the throne, and he read the title, Merit Transition Method. I accept your kindness, nodded Wang Wei. Ao Shen bowed before leaving the room and teleported back to the north. He headed directly to his cultivation room and immediately activated the formation. Boom! 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 He punched the walls repeatedly while his dragon roar echoed and bounded between the halls. He was not stupid and had figured it out. Most of the top emperor lineages had contacted him about the merit transition method, except for the Tao opening sect. So, what did that mean? They already knew this event would happen or even orchestrated it. The feeling of losing control of his fate and being manipulated by a puppet was more terrible than eating shit. A few minutes later, he finally calmed down. He had long known he needed strength to be able to control his fate, and this event only accentuated this fact to him. He walked out of the room as if nothing had happened and looked at the demon race's Chi-Luck dragon. The spot was no longer there, and Ao Shen exhaled. This is not over, thought Ao Shen. He needed to take action and hide certain to prevent his bloodline hunting force from being discovered. He knew his visit to the court would raise eyebrows, and these people would begin to snoop to find out what had happened. He must ensure that the truth they will discover is that one of his people accidentally discovered a potent bloodline and wanted to dedicate it to him instead of the fact he had created a hunting team for that sole purpose. Lastly, he must also punish these 3 people for their dereliction of duty. Although he won't kill them for such a mistake, they won't live without punishment and demotion. Heavenly Court. Wang Wei was reading this technique, gaining deeper insight into the mechanism of heaven and earth. It would be more interesting if insurgents could transition to the Emperor path based on their strength, he thought. However, he knew such a thing was impossible because, in the classification of heavenly Tao, only the heaven and primordial path are on par with the Emperor path. It may not be completely impossible. Maybe in some other chaos worlds, the laws of the world allow for such a transition, continued Wang Wei. The chaos universe was vast, and few things were absolutely impossible. How long do I have to wait? Don't know exactly. Even you can't divine it? I only know it's around this time, and there is a chance for failure. I see. In that case, let's take a small break. I have stayed in this place for too long. He changed his appearance before going on a small food tour around the world while taking in the changes in the world. This lasted for a month, and 3 days after he returned to the court, while he was sculpting Wu Hong's beautiful face with clay, the space in the distance twisted, and someone fell out. He instinctively appeared and caught the body. Tong Ruobing. She had passed out, her body full of injuries, and a weird black aura was intertwined with her. Be careful. That aura is very corruptive, warned the clone as he appeared. With a wave of his hand, he encased the body in a white protective shield that resembled a bubble. Her existence has been injured, just like me, commented Wang Wei as he noticed the difference. Indeed, nodded the clone as he proceeded to heal her. He first sealed the dark aura before removing it. He felt an intense resistance and had no choice but to activate his full power before succeeding. Here. He handed the sealed aura to the main body before healing her. A few minutes later, Tong Ruobing's pale face opened her eyes. Where am I? She took a moment to notice her surroundings, so, I successfully escaped. Indeed, nodded Wang Wei. So, what happened? Tong Ruobing opened her mouth before closing it, her brow furrowed deeply. What is it? My memory, it's fuzzy. You didn't see anything? No, I know I saw something. But it's like someone has altered my perception of the events. A look of horror flashed in her eyes. Who could do such a thing to an eternal emperor of her caliber? Wang Wei was deep in thought. Such information was actually useful. What exactly do you remember? Don't leave anything behind. Tong Ruobing's mind was still fuzzy, so she took a moment to organize her thoughts. I first gathered information about the Abyss Gap from the Commerce Hub. Most of the information was basically useless, focusing on the great emperors who died trying to explore it. One piece was useful, though a few individuals corroded by the same aura from the gap have been found in a few heavenward worlds. Wang Wei squinted his eyes because he had a similar encounter with a small sect on the eastern continent. After that, continued Tong Ruobing, I headed to my destination and immediately used your talisman. She paused before giving him a look. Had she not experienced the dream world and his true power, she would have been enamored with that talisman. Don't look at me like that. I could not give you the power I had in the dream world because it was temporary, not my own, admitted Wang Wei frankly. I understand, said Tong Ruobing softly before continuing. It took me a while to bypass the seals without affecting them. But, immediately afterward, If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1023 Trophy. I heard the sound of chanting. No, maybe it was praying, continued Tong Ruobing, her brows still furrowed. I fought with someone or a group of people. They were powerful but still not a match for me. She paused as she tried to scan her fuzzy memory, relying more on her feelings and intuition to piece together what had happened. After defeating them, I believed I tried to capture them but didn't know whether I succeeded. Afterward, I think I saw a formation, a very powerful one. When I was trying to investigate, I met someone or something. The sensation of meeting was unpleasant. I don't know how to describe it. Like you were losing your mind, even going insane? Exactly, nodded Tong Ruobing. It was like I was staring at something I should not have, like I was staring at a taboo. She looked him directly in the eyes. Do you know what's going on? Some inkling, nodded Wang Wei but did not say any more. What else? That thing attacked me, continued Tong Ruobing after realizing she would not get any more information. I was powerless to resist and had to run away. But despite my best effort, I ended up in this shape. Tong Ruobing sighed. Her existence was injured, and her situation was even worse than Wang Wei as her powers had fallen below the Emperor realm. Her current strength was barely enough to fight a Dao ancestor. The fact you survived in such a terrible shape indicates the threat of the Abyss Gap is Empyrean tier, analyzed Wang Wei, who finally had proof there were other threats to him in the lower dimension besides Old Man Nether. It has not reached the Paragon tier, otherwise, you wouldn't have a chance to leave. Plus, true heavenly Dao will not tolerate any paragons from existing in the lower dimension. With this news, he was satisfied with Tong Ruobing's efforts. He has yet to decide whether he will only place a seal or utterly deal with the problem. But once he makes a decision, he will be more prepared to deal with the problem of the Abyss Gap. So, are we good? Asked Tong Ruobing. Yes, nodded Wang Wei before raising his hand to summon a black and white seed. This is a unique yin-yang seed. Use it as a medium for dual cultivation with Mulei, and it will accelerate the rate at which your injury is healed. Such a thing exists? Tong Ruobing knew, existence injuries could not be cured easily. They usually require things like merit, world source, or a massive amount of chi luck to heal, and even then, the process is extremely slow. I don't need to lie to you. This seed was the result of studying Madman Chu's inheritance. It's also why his injuries are healing so rapidly. Thank you, nodded Tong Ruobing as she carefully placed the seed away. Without hesitation, she activated a talisman that made her disappear with a swoosh. You should know dash, it's fine, said Wang Wei, looking in the distance. He finished his clay sculpture before preserving it. Then, he returned to his retreat. Beast Star World, Tong Ruobing's pale and weak body appeared in a cultivation room, immediately grunting in pain. The teleportation process that was only slightly bumpy aggravated the situation of her body, albeit only the superfluous injuries. That's how weak she was. She had never felt this way before since she started cultivating. Even when she was severely wounded, the situation was different. Her current state was like she was suffering from a chronic illness and had been battling it for decades. Swish. Mulei appeared in the room. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0V3LB1N. Are you alright? He held her because he had a feeling she was on the verge of passing out. Since he knew her, Mulei had never seen her so weak and feeble. He led her to the cultivation cushion to rest. I'm fine. You should have listened to me. As Dao companions, isn't it normal to share woes and tribulations? Mulei felt the situation would not have been so terrible if he had gone instead. After all, he is a body refiner and more capable of surviving dangerous situations. At the very least, they should have gone together. No, I'm glad I was stubborn. If you went, you might not return. Her husband might have had more vitality, but he did not have all the versatile means. So, if he went, even with Wang Wei's power, he might not have returned. Tong Ruobing did not remember exactly how she escaped that attack, but she knew her Dao was instrumental in the process. Mulei sighed. Was it worth it? It was. How was it worth it? He barked, raising his voice slightly. You're in such a terrible state. He knew even if she killed herself and revived, which is sometimes a better choice, it would not help the state of her injuries. It was for many reasons, explained Tong Ruobing. Firstly, I was able to experience a higher level of my Tao. The talisman did just give her all of Wang Wei's ability and Tao. Instead, it boosted her Tao and other aspects to reach the strength of 99% Grand Tao source. Honestly, Tong Ruobing felt it was a waste. She did not have much time with the talisman so she could study it. Although she had already recorded its data, she felt it was insufficient. Secondly, I understand how vast the world is and how small I am. A cultivator's vision or how much they know about the world is crucial. It can help them plan their future, keep an open mind, and prevent them from being too arrogant, which is something that Tong Ruobing felt she needed. And it was not just her. All cultivators will develop some level of arrogance after proving the Tao. After all, their strength symbolizes they are the best of an entire generation. And in her case, it symbolizes her talent. I knew the realm of the great emperor was only the beginning, but it was after experiencing a higher level of power that I understood how weak I was. Tong Ruobing could not help but sigh. Finally, this is the real benefit I receive. She showed him two things, a mass of an eerie aura and a vial of dark blood. What are those? Asked Mu Lei as he felt an instinctive disgust from the depths of his soul as he looked at these two things. My trophies. Wang Wei, let you keep these things? I didn't tell him. Why do you insist on playing with fire? Mu Lei could not help but roll his eyes. Do you think he doesn't know? Since he didn't mention it, then he agreed they were my trophy. Plus, that's not the only thing I didn't mention to him. What else is there? I think I'm the one who erased my memories, explained Tong Ruobing. At least, a part of it was my doing. Why? There is something in there I knew I should not, dare not remember. Mu Lei shook his head as he sighed. The cultivation world is truly like climbing an endless mountain. When we were mortals, we wanted to prove the Tao, and after climbing that peak and enjoying the power and glory that comes with it, we discovered even taller peaks. Yes, and the worst part is we know other people have climbed those peaks and cannot use the excuse that it's impossible, agreed Tong Ruobing. So, what are you going to do with these things? I plan to turn the aura into a trump card. With its ability to corrupt the mind, it can be a great weapon if used correctly, explained Tong Ruobing. As for the blood? I don't know. My first instinct is to study and understand it, but my intuition tells me I'm dealing with something beyond my level. I'm glad you're not letting the benefits cloud your judgment. Tong Ruobing ignored him, focusing on the blood. It would be great if I could fuse the blood with my proving Tao artifact and grant it the power of corruption. However, that's too dangerous. A proving Tao artifact has too much connection to its owner, so Tong Ruobing was not stupid enough to place such a dangerous item close to hers. You can do some experiments, suggested Mu Lei. See how some life forms react to being contaminated. That's one of my plans. Tong Ruobing has even already been thinking about how she could dilate this blood. She put the blood and aura away in a secure location in her space ring, a place composed of trillions of sealing talismans. Then, she summoned the black and white seed. What's this? Wang Wei's gift to help me heal. What can this do? Accelerate the healing process to my existence. Really? How do we use it? Tong Ruobing smiled at him. Let's just say you'll have a happy life for a long while. It took Mu Lei a moment to realize what she meant. Then, a big grin appeared on his handsome face. I guess I should thank Wang Wei instead of holding a grudge. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1024 Checking in 1,000 winters and summers flashed by, and the myriad emperor world entered a rapid but quiet development period. Meanwhile, Wang Wei finally opened his eyes from his cultivation room. He exhaled before clenching his hands, feeling the power coursing through his veins. Your injuries are almost healed, commented the clone. You probably don't need me anymore. Not necessarily, replied Wang Wei as he had almost returned to his peak. His current strength was the same as the clone. Normally, he could display 50% Grand Dao source, and in an emergency, he could use his full power. Wang Wei tried one last time to activate all his stacked boosts. However, like before, he felt his body crumbling once his power exceeded 50%. This last bit of injury is like a bone stuck in my throat, refusing to budge, he groaned. In the past 1,000 years, which was astronomically longer for him due to time formation, he did not only focus on healing. He learned more about Madman Chu's inheritance, increased his profession Daos, and raised his body refining realm to 90 infant fiend god's realm. His body was currently even more resistant to all kinds of attacks, including conceptual ones, and he could fight an emperor with 30% Grand Dao source relying solely on his body. Wang Wei was very happy with his progress despite using all the great emperors with body refining cultivation from the Dao burial ground. Primordial Desolate was still not refined, meaning he still had room to improve after using the latter and might even enter the next stage of the true power Dao realm Dragon Phoenix realm. Existence injuries are like incurable and chronic illnesses for immortal cultivators. So, it's understandable you couldn't heal so quickly, stated the clone, and Wang Wei agreed with this comparison despite being a simple way to explain a complex situation. We have work to do, so let's get started, he stated before waving his hand to place the clone away. It was still useful and would not be terminated. For example, the latter could be sacrificed in a dangerous situation to boost his strength. If that is never required, Wang Wei will use him as a basis to create a clone for the sect. Something tells him it won't be easy to leave a clone for the sect since no other Eternals have done it, but he will try. He took a moment to scan the world and register the changes. One minor and one major event that needed his attention occurred in this short period. The minor event is that mortals have developed the concept of arts and crafts families. For example, there is the Fu clan, known for cultivating powerful scholars in the last 1,000 years. There is the O clan, known for its blacksmith and spiritual runes. These mortals banded together to create powerful families that could access the enlightening temple, thus ensuring their power and rights. As a result, they are very selective in who they marry. Additionally, Wang Wei noticed they had developed the trend of not caring about cultivation. If someone in their family is born with a leakless body, they will nurture this person, but he will not become the central focus of the clan. They view such an individual as more of a guardian for their family, using their long lifespan to the benefit of the clan. Wang Wei calmly observed this change but did not comment or intervene. Like all things, there are both positives and negatives to this change. So far, mainly the positive has appeared, so he will let it develop. As for the major event, the Sea race has cultivated an immortal sovereign. This event was shocking because the world finally saw the potential and threat of the Sea race. Once they banded together and used all the resources of their race, it was very easy for them to train an immortal sovereign and with such speed. They finally understood why the Heavenly Emperor was adamant about keeping a watch on the Sea race and the unimaginable resources that the ocean contained. So, these people rushed to the sea with greater fervor. Although the surface world was also booming with resources after the environmental changes, no one would say no to more. Wang Wei watched all of this with calm eyes. He knew more than these people, like the Sea race, could have cultivated a second immortal sovereign, which was their original intention. However, after seeing the world's reaction to the first, they stopped this idea and hid their presence like always. Wang Wei then checked on Wu Ming. In the southern section of the court, he saw a legion of men and women with bodies full of tattoos or symbols. As they trained, the tattoos would glow, allowing some of them to release power behind their cultivation realm. Finally succeeded, huh? After consulting Tong Rubing's clone, aid from the Dao opening sect, and even Yan Liling's input, Wu Ming finally created the totem warrior path. These people were linked to a powerful emperor formation in the court and could borrow its power. Wang Wei nodded in approval at the final result. According to their agreement, this new profession would not be released to the public yet. He will give the Wu clan time to use this method to increase their strength and foundation. He sent Wu Ming a message through Divine Sense to praise him for his hard work before checking on his sect and family. His family's situation has not changed much. His grandfather was still training like a madman, preparing for his battle against Emperor Nine's sons. During the past year, the clone finally refined a unique Dao source seed for his father. The seed created an inner world that accelerated the growth of his human fiend god bloodline. His grandfather aims to reach more than 70 infant fiend god force and use his flesh to fight with Emperor Nine's sons. His father was still enjoying himself in the swordsmanship world, only sending a projection once in a while to see his mother. That bastard even forgot to check on him. His mother was cultivating hard, preparing for the expansion of the court and her eventual ascension to immortality. Yan Liling was still helping the sect to create a more universal immortal rune applicable to all professions. However, Li Jun had exited his retreat and was spending time with his pregnant concubine and unborn child. The smile on his face showed he was both excited and worried about the upcoming challenge of fatherhood. Wang Wei felt a little bad because Yan Liling and Li Jun cannot yet prove the Dao since they need to first gather Qi Luck and Destiny from the Dream World List competition, which is still far away. However, he has already prepared as he sealed and took away the 9 demon god world, ready to refine and sacrifice them to heavenly Dao for more heaven will. Wang Wei's gaze shifted to Tai Gang. The latter was also a Dao ancestor and insurgent of first class as the clone refined a unique grand Dao source seed for him. His inner world contained a specially crafted river of fate, and he could use its strings in accordance with his vibration grand Dao source. Using Wang Wei's quantum string theory, he was a force to reckon with. Unfortunately for him, the rules of heaven and earth make it difficult to rely only on the inner world to become an eternal tier insurgent. Plus, the sect does not need a new eternal powerhouse, thus limiting his potential. One good news from Tai Gang is his undead legion has become even more fierce and powerful. Wang Wei then checked on Dong Lifen and his master. She spent most of her time training in the dream world and preparing for her eventual invasion of a weak heaven will world. As for her master, she was still in the quasi-emperor world. Wang Wei did not plan to turn her into a Dao ancestor until the last moment before he left. He has a feeling his clone project might not work. As such, she will be his masterpiece. She will be the true guardian of the Dao opening sect, the one who will ensure they last an eternity in the lower dimension. The last person on his list was Miscellaneous One, who was almost buried with work. Luckily for him, the latter had Elder Dan to help him with the pills Wang Wei wanted. Sadly, his other projects did not have much progress. The Immortal Qi Gathering Array has not made much progress, but mainly because Miscellaneous One was a little obsessed with the Sex Array. The project to perfectly fuse Wang Wei's fate-based array and the Deception Array into the other 9 was more complex than initially thought. Wang Wei looked at this but did not say anything. This challenge was helping Miscellaneous One increase his cultivation, so he did not stop the latter despite knowing the sex formation was a long project that did not need to hurry. He teleported to above the sky, and his voice spread throughout the world. All aspects of the world have considerably changed since the beginning of the era, except for one major part: our cultivation system. We need a new and improved system that reflects the current time, and today, I will preach to the world to provide that last boost of change. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1025 New Origin System. All spiritual practice begins with breathing, and just like what you eat determines your growth and potential, so does the qi that any cultivators breathe. Qi is the. Wang Wei began his explanation of the origin system from the first tier, body tempering. He explained the optimal method to absorb innate qi and create the best possible blood qi. Of course, his explanation only went as far as the 9th layer. He let the factions deduce the 10th to 12th layer based on their sex foundation. As a result of his preaching, once he finished explaining this realm, the knowledgeable people could tell the new system was between 50% to 5 times better than the former ones. Furthermore, the increase in lifespan was twice that of the previous system. The Divine Sea realm did not change much and acted similarly to the first tier. He explained the best way to condense origin qi. After this transformation, the energy used in this system could be called innate origin qi because of its high quality. Lastly, besides the lake of origin, river of origin, and ocean of origin, he added a fourth stage to the divine sea realm, the heaven origin ocean. Cultivators can open a second divine sea in their middle dantian, storing even more energy. In this stage, their strength and lifespan also increased because of the nourishment of such a large quantity of qi. In the divine altar realm, innate origin qi from the lower dantian will be condensed into solid form as an altar. The body cannot bear two altars, so only one is condensed. However, it's possible to use a secret technique where a second altar is temporarily condensed and detonated in the midst of battles. Wang Wei gave away this technique during this sermon, thus raising the overall battle prowess of level cultivators. Condensing the altar will no longer be simple in this new system. Wang Wei has ensured that all cultivators will experience a Tao heart trial called Whisper of the Mind. As the name implies, cultivators must resist tempting whispers while condensing their altars, tempering their will, state of mind, and Tao heart in the process. He did not want the world to give birth to any more pseudo-emperors, so the act of tempering the Tao heart had to start early. After condensing the altar and the subsequent divine veins, this realm is not over like in the old system. Wang Wei added a new stage called Tao Rhyme Nourishment. The myriad emperor world has given birth to many emperors in this generation, thus, the world is full of their Tao rhymes. Cultivators will nourish their altar with the world's Tao rhyme in this stage, thus establishing a better foundation for comprehending the law. Cultivators can study ancient scriptures, sage notes, or wise man's philosophies to acquire Tao rhymes or resonate with heaven and earth. Wang Wei used the Emperor Tao World's spiritual foundation system, the fourth stage of the Tao Declaration realm, to be precise. For the supernatural stage, Wang Wei did not change much. He believed this realm is what set apart the origin system with the manifestation of innate talents. In his system, cultivators will still condense their good fortune flame, but the number of origin patterns condensed as fuel for the flame is no longer 50 but 99. The increase in origin patterns makes the flame more potent and allows cultivators to use them in battle without affecting their foundation. In other battles in that realm will now involve the use of the good fortune flame. Wang Wei's decisions for this realm had some consequences. The increase in battle prowess drastically reduced the increase in lifespan. In the end, the new system had an increase of 10% in lifespan compared to the old system in the supernatural realm. The divine body probably had the most change as Wang Wei added 2 more stages besides human, earth, and earth. In the yellow stage, cultivators will nourish or baptize their bodies with their Tao rhymes to attune them to the laws of heaven and earth. In the profound stage, they will do the same for their sea of consciousness and their soul, which was opened in the previous realm. Another unique aspect of this stage is that it makes it easier for people to condense their vision, similar to those with physiques. Wang Wei completely reinvented the human stage, as he methodically explained how to temper the perfect divine body that can bear the power of law. He used his ancient desolate body refining scripture, the copper skin iron bone realm of the primordial system of ancient times, and many other martial arts systems as inspiration for this stage. His sermon emphasized the need to temper the body to its utmost state before proceeding to the earth stage. He only added his chakra opening method to this stage besides the former orifices. Furthermore, he also used some Buddhist methods to temper the mind and Tao heart, still trying to reduce the number of pseudo-emperors born in the world. Previously, Wang Wei wanted to leave this unique method to the sect. However, he considered the need for Buddhism's rise and prosperity in the future and added something to the system that is related to them, thus ensuring their influence and power. The heaven stage allowed cultivators to borrow the power of heaven and earth. It was divided into 9 layers, each increasing a cultivator's strength by a factor of 9. Now, with the new system, there were 27 layers, each increasing a person's strength by a factor of 6. The primordial spirit realm did not change much. They still had to experience the stages of Yin God, Yin Yang reversal, Yang God, shackle removal, and 3 immortal stages. However, with the previous Tao rhyme baptism, the soul was more difficult to refine or temper, but it was also way more powerful. Additionally, he revealed a side technique that allowed cultivators in that realm to use their now very profound connection with heaven and earth to condense a soul treasure that was similar to a Tao-proven artifact. The soul treasure can be defensive or offensive and can grow with the cultivators throughout their journey. For the void-shattering realm, Wang Wei did not do much as there was no need. The new system focused heavily on raising a cultivator's affinity to the law, making it easier to wield and to the greatest effect. The primordial God and spiritual foundation system significantly influenced him. He changed the order of heaven and earth, made the road of the heart more challenging, and had a greater tempering effect on the cultivator's Tao heart. He also added a method to fuse a person's vision with their law bodies or just ordinary bodies for those walking the true power Tao realm. Wang Wei added one more stage to the saint realm called the Tao self stage. After nurturing a Tao seed into a maturing tree and even ripening a Tao fruit, a cultivator will then fuse a small part of their primordial spirit into the fruit to give birth to a Tao self, a small elf-like creature with the cultivator's appearance. The Tao self, which was inspired by the incarnation realm, Tier 8, of the spiritual foundation system, served the same purpose to increase a cultivator's control of the law. They no longer had to actively control it since their self can do it on a more instinctual level. As a result, saints in the new system will have domains larger than the previous limit of 1.269 trillion kilometers, but their power will be more potent as they have higher control over the law. They will now be genuinely absolute in their domain, especially when compared to other cultivation systems. The supreme realm did not change as cultivators must condense their dharma bodies. However, Wang Wei copied his D realm for the quasi-emperor realm and had people condense their dharma bodies before fusing with it. Additionally, cultivators will also fuse with their Tao self in the process. The quasi-emperors created in this system will have a level of control of the law between master and grandmaster control based on his force control skill. Once Wang Wei finished the sermon, he nodded in satisfaction. The new system was a drastic improvement from the former. Not only were cultivators more powerful, but their average lifespan increased from 5 to 10 million years to 50 to 100 million years. Of course, as the universe operates in balance, there are consequences. The new system is more difficult to cultivate and requires way more resources and time. The time needed for any generation to grow was drastically increased, almost reaching the level of immortal cultivation systems. Furthermore, this system could not be sustained without an innate environment. Wang Wei looked at the world, and his words echoed in everyone's ears. The next court meeting is 300 years from now. He disappeared from the sky as he had something else to do. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1026 Unparalleled Child Wang Wei appeared in a garden in Li Jun's Slaughter Mountain. He saw the latter embracing Su Ai while occasionally caressing her belly, which only had a slight curve. The atmos here between them was both infectious and nauseous, and Wang Wei felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy. Feelings of the past that he thought he had gotten over rushed into his mind. Wang Wei remembered how he felt when he saw Li Jun with all these women, and he was stuck with only one. Now, it was even worse because he had no one to hold while that bastard was preparing for the beautiful journey of fatherhood. It took all the restraint in his body not to beat Li Jun on the spot or curse him for ruining his happiness. "I'll remember this," thought Wang Wei before coughing, alerting the loving couple. Your Majesty," stuttered Su Ai. "Oh, you're here," said Li Jun as he turned around, still holding her in his arms. Wang Wei confirmed this bastard knew he was there and just wanted to make him jealous by the smirk on the corner of his mouth. He secretly gritted his teeth and rolled his eyes before focusing on Su Ai. "You don't need to be nervous and restrained. I'm just an uncle checking on his nephew." "Why?" "Yes." Li Jun held her tightly as a form of reassurance. "How are your injuries?" "Fine. Just the last bit is persistent and needs more time." "That's good," replied Li Jun before sighing deeply. "What's wrong?" "In a time like this, I should be by your side to protect you." "But..." No need to beat yourself for this. We will have plenty of opportunities to fight side by side in the future. Will we? Asked Li Jun, looking him directly in the eyes. Wang Wei looked at him and saw all his hopes and worries. There are few people I trust most in this world. So, trust me when I say I will not have anyone else look at my back other than you, and I hope you will feel the same. Of course I do. Then, that's all that matters. The two hugged each other briefly before noticing Su Ai was crying. What's wrong, honey? Asked Li Jun. Nothing. I just thought this moment was beautiful and could not help but cry. It's okay as long as these are happy tears, reassured Li Jun. A few seconds later, he looked at his brother and asked, what do you think about my child? Wang Wei looked at Su Ai's belly, and his eyes soon glistened with a brilliant light. If raised correctly, he will be a monster with potential even greater than me. What makes you say that? I don't know what Hong'er did, but when she baptized him with her grand Tao source, she created an unparalleled foundation for him. As long as I, you, Liling, my father and mother, and the upcoming sex emperors baptize him again, he will be born with the acquired version of the innate source grand Tao physique. Shao Tian dis physique. My son will be born with such a physique? Not exactly, corrected Wang Wei. His affinity with the law and the Tao will be so high that his comprehension will be on par with Shao Tiandi, if not even higher. Li Jun looked at his concubine's belly and did not know what to say. And that's not to mention his human fiend god bloodline, continued Wang Wei. With all these baptisms from eternal level powerhouses, its purity will be unparalleled if he chooses to awaken it. He's probably the only one after me to cultivate an orthodox and proper Ten Supremacy foundation. My child will be so talented, muttered Li Jun in shock, and he was not the only one. Su Ai could not stop smiling after hearing this. Her position in the Li clan was not ideal as Li Jun began to focus more heavily on the main wife Yan Liling, making the other concubines suffer to some extent. Luckily, she became pregnant with his first and only child. Now that she knew she was not only carrying a son but such a talented one, she knew her status in the clan was guaranteed. As soon as the smile appeared on Li Jun's face, it also disappeared. It may not be a good idea to be that talented. He knew that talent and potential did not equate to strength, and it was possible for someone to waste their talent, just like Shao Tiandi. Then, there are other issues in raising such a talented child. With the expansion of the heavenly era, the sect will have no issue regarding resources to raise such a child, but Li Jun worries about the concern of balance. As talented as his son will be, heaven and earth will find ways to balance it by making his cultivation journey more bumpy than others. And if you add the balance mechanism against the sect, the situation might be aggravated. Secondly, for his child to turn that way, he must spend a very long time in the womb, waiting for Kai Song, Jin Mengyao, and Dong Lifan to prove the Tao. He knew of the sect's future mode of operation that would require skipping many generations of battle, thus further delaying when this child would be born. Thirdly, he has to consider how the birth of such a talented child will affect his relationship with Yan Liling. Li Jun had a headache after thinking about this. Lastly, he was concerned for Su Ai. No ordinary woman or mortal bears the weight of destiny and karma of birthing such a talented individual. Will she be all right? Asked Li Jun. With the sex protection and a few precautions, she will be, reassured Wang Wei. And you must remember that many things must go correctly for your child to be born with such potential. The future I saw is not set in stone. I understand, nodded Li Jun before walking Su Ai to the room to rest. Then, he began drinking with Wang Wei. What's on your mind? Many things, replied Li Jun. Firstly, how do I raise this child so he won't waste his potential? You can use my method, replied Wang Wei nonchalantly, and Li Jun immediately knew what he meant, sealed his son's talent and sent him to the lower realm and have him start from scratch, fighting for every inch of resources and struggling to ascend to each realm. Li Jun shook his head, feeling sorry for his future nephew. I still want my son to enjoy the benefits of being born in a powerful lineage. However, I can use your idea to temper his Tao heart. With a potent enough illusion formation, his son can live an entirely new life and temper his mind. You're too soft, sneered Wang Wei. He will only have children after becoming a true transcendent being, and so will Wu Hong, probably. By then, their children will truly be unparalleled monsters regarding talent. They might even be born as transcendent creatures. But, regardless of whether that's true, his son will experience cultivation, and it will be the harshest. As for his daughter, he will dote on her like the princess she will be. Her torment will have to originate from her mother, not him. Anyway, as I always say, my job is to be the fun uncle. Li Jun rolled his eyes. What should I do for my children with Liling? Wang Wei did not know how to answer him. This child was so special because of whatever Wu Hong's clone did to establish his foundation, not just the baptism of so many powerful eternal emperors. Otherwise, it would be very easy to cultivate such a talented individual in the upper dimension full of so many Eternals, Empyreans, and Paragons. My advice for you is to wait like me until you've achieved transcendence. Li Jun smiled wryly. You think too highly of us. You just think too lowly of yourself, countered Wang Wei. If you don't even dare think you'll have such an achievement, then you're doomed never to have a chance. That's true, nodded Li Jun, still thinking about the question. He wanted to ask whether the other Wu Hong knew something but stopped himself from bringing up this sensitive subject. Alright, let's go test your cultivation result, said Wang Wei, and Li Jun's mouth twitched. He knew he was about to pay retribution for his previous actions. As expected, he received a very painful beating during their fight. Luckily, he did receive genuine instructions and help. Wang Wei left satisfied. He set high goals for Li Jun. He wanted him to have great achievement in body refining and be like Di Tian, who cultivated a golden law tree with spots of purple. Li Jun needs to increase his lifespan, and with the combination of the future Buddha self, this objective can be achieved after years in seclusion inside a time formation. After leaving the sect, Wang Wei's next destination was one of the final forbidden lands of this world, the Swallowing Zone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1027 The Swallowing Zone Secret. Wang Wei headed directly to the Swallowing Zone. He did not hesitate to enter since he had already made all the necessary preparations. Since he did not hide his presence, he sensed the sights looking in his direction but did not care. The people of the world have acquiesced to the fact it was his responsibility to deal with these forbidden lands, and thus, the rewards or benefits also belonged to him. As soon as he entered, he sensed the terrifying swallowing or devouring power that wanted to swallow his flesh, blood, soul, and even his grand Tao source. He looked around and saw a world of endless darkness with scattered light spots resembling faraway stars in the night sky. Wang Wei observed his surroundings and swiftly noticed two things. Firstly, the swallowing power in this place was so intense that a normal eternal emperor would have their senses affected. However, that was the extent of this place's power. Secondly, this place had many seals to prevent the devouring power from reaching the myriad emperor world. Based on his observation, some of these seals were ancient, probably dating back to the Null era, if not before. He sensed something and headed in that direction. The closer he was to what he sensed, the more intense the power of devouring. However, by the time he reached the center, the devouring power was about 25 to 30% Grand Tao source, and Wang Wei knew why. Wang Wei detected a potent seal that would make him sweat even at his peak. In other words, this seal was enough to deal with him unless he used the illusory pill sutra. At the very center was a tree made of light, and it appeared to be growing an emaciated green apple. Wang Wei looked at it but did not immediately recognize it, so he directly divined the answer. However, he encountered some resistance. This thing's essence is higher than mine? He thought with shining eyes before activating all his powers. A vision of the river of fate manifested above him, along with the appearance of his 10 fate palaces. The Genesis fruit, he muttered. According to his calculations, this fruit was an Empyrean spirit herb that could morph into most resources of the same tier. Interesting ability, he thought, thinking how to use it. he could turn it into something that helps him open the gate of power. A second viable option would be to use it to wash away his karma. Wang Wei had noticed that his memories from primordial chaos after the events on Earth contained immense karma, hence why he has not directly removed his seal and accessed his memories. Instead, he chose to deal with the karma before proceeding slowly. His karma unbound physique has been crucial in the process, but the appropriate Empyrean spiritual herb would be very beneficial. No, the best way to use this thing is the major bottleneck between the Great Emperor and Empyrean realm. From what his ancestor, Yan Hai, said, even talented individuals like her and Wu Hong must spend a significant amount of time and effort trying to get through. He will face the same situation, especially if he wants to become an everlasting Empyrean. He could use merit to deal with the bottleneck, but that would take too much. It would be better to use the merit to continue to cultivate in the Empyrean realm. His chances of reaching more than 70% of the Grand Tao source would increase if he did not have to do so. If I want to enter the Empyrean realm before ascending, I cannot waste much time in this bottleneck. So, the best use of this fruit is in that direction. However, there is still a major issue: how to ripen it. Although it took some effort, Wang Wei was able to divine this tree's origin and history successfully. During the innate acquired war, true heavenly Tao was way more lenient regarding certain things or regulations. In other words, certain things that would never be tolerated today would be granted a pass during that period. Both the acquired and innate lives in the upper dimension took advantage of this opportunity and smuggled certain things into the lower dimension. Wang Wei even guessed this was how Old Man Nether had successfully sneaked into the lower dimension. The fruit was sent for one purpose: a terrible weapon of war. The lower dimension cannot cultivate such a powerful spiritual herb. As such, after being planted, it would swallow any world it was planted in to use as nutrients. And if not controlled properly, it would devour the entire lower dimension. The Myriad Emperor world was one of the three places of origin of the innate acquired war. So, the innate demon gods wanted it destroyed to demoralize the other side. Luckily, the human race learned of this news and thwarted this plan before sealing the fruit. Of course, as expected of humans, the tree brought problems to them. Many people wanted to eliminate such a dangerous thing immediately, while others believed they should use it instead. Although it was virtually impossible to cultivate the fruit to completion, taking an incomplete, imperfect, or unripened fruit would still significantly improve anyone. The discourse over this fruit reached the point that humans had to postpone making a decision. This was the best way to prevent possible division amongst the human or acquired lives. Then, most of the surviving great emperors and immortals were forcefully exiled to the upper dimension before they could decide. Years later, many emperors visited this place, including Qiyuan. However, after realizing it was impossible to ripen, he left his own seal and left this fortunate encounter for future generations. The human emperor came here and also left after placing a seal. Wang Wei guessed he might have a plan to get his hands on it later. Otherwise, dealing with the fruit was a great way to repay the karma he owed to the human race. In his divination, Wang Wei saw the Danyuan emperor come to this place and did not touch the fruit because of how rare such a spiritual herb was. Instead, he nourished it with his unique good fortune flame, making it slightly easier to cultivate than usual. The absolute beginning emperor and Wu Hong did not come here. They probably did not have the time. Emperor Kong also visited this place but only left a seal, nothing more, nothing else. His mindset was probably similar to others: seal it to prevent trouble and leave it this possible fortunate encounter for future capable people. Wang Wei was not too sure about this conclusion, as his analysis indicates Emperor Kong was the kind of person to remove this possible danger from the world. So, either the latter was too weak to do so, or something else was at play. His divination was fuzzy on this area, most likely because it involved a living everlasting Empyrean. The last true eternal to come to this place was the heaven-devouring emperor, and this fruit is the source of his madness and why he wanted to swallow the world. His thinking was probably to sacrifice most of the world or most of its world source to the fruit and eat it unripe. Luckily, he failed, but his actions did have some effects on the fruit. Of course, these Eternals were not the only ones who visited this place. Many pseudo-Eternals and a few immortal sovereigns also came and acted the same way, seal or try to use it for their own use. Wang Wei took a moment to plan how to cultivate this thing. He pointed his finger around to open a passage to the source qi space, releasing an immense amount of qi. Keeping these portals open took a lot of power, as the source qi space acted as a living entity and would actively close them. He did not use his qi flower ability, as he felt the energy these things could provide was insufficient for the fruit, so he used more forceful means. The next step was to install 2 formations, a qi gathering array and a time formation. Once he finished, he saw the speed at which this Genesis fruit was ripening dramatically increased, but it was not enough. Should I feed it merit too? But Wang Wei soon shook his head, as this would defeat his original purpose, so he kept thinking of alternative methods. The fruit did not seem picky about what it used as energy. The best option would be to feed it a couple of immortal sovereigns, since they are of similar essence, tier 11. Secondly, I need a widespread power, easily gathered, and one I do not use much. As soon as he uttered these words, something came to his mind: dream power. It was very easy to gather the power of dreams from mortals and cultivators, meaning it had a large pool. Only Dong Lifen, the Eternal Dream Sect, and the dream world also needed dream powers. However, the amount they used was insignificant compared to the population of the entire lower dimension. So, I only need to add a function of gathering more dream power to the dream world and feed this fruit with its power. Then, hunt a few immortal sovereigns to use as fertilizer. Wang Wei was more looking forward to the expansion of the dream world after discovering another valuable use. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1028 Mini Battle. After establishing everything, Wang Wei returned to the Heavenly Court. Everybody in the world was focusing on the new system, especially the Supreme, Holy, and Law lands. They knew the next court meeting was significant and wanted to increase their strength quickly. Sadly, 300 years was not long enough to have much effect. Wang Wei did not care about how they felt. He was focused on the fact the expansion of the court and the dream world was slower than expected and needed to speed things up. He headed directly to the core of the dream world and called Dong Lifen, consulting her on how to amass the power of dreams from people. In the cultivation world, virtually anything can be a source of power or strength, and dreams are no exception. Although it was rare for cultivators to dream, since they spent most of their time in cultivation or replaced sleeping with meditation, they still dreamt. So, the two worked together to gather the power of dreams secretly from all sentient beings. The process was easier than expected due to the fact that 99% of people in the world used the dream world and had some form of connection with it one way or another. Once Wang Wei finished, he sent an invitation to a few people across the world and waited. In Lightning Emperor Academy, Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the ground before a simple white and gold grave. He held a gourd of wine in his left hand while his right caressed the engraved words on this tomb, in loving memory of Lin Huan, a blessed child taken away by this cruel world before her light could shine. Lin Fan looked at the tomb, not hiding the pain in his eyes. He rested his back on it while drinking, his mind filled with created memories of what his child would have been like, what gender it would have been, and what kind of activity they would have done together. He searched for this memory manipulation technique just for this occasion and even modified it when it was not potent enough. Usually, he would use the dream world for such a thing, but he felt it was not intimate enough and chose this way. I know you would be here. Lin Fan paused after hearing the voice and slowly turned his head. Typically, he would be awed and fascinated by his wife's beauty. That has always been the case ever since they married, and such a reaction has not changed after thousands of years. However, he was not in the mood today. You wouldn't bother during this time unless something happened. What is it? Asked Lin Fan, his voice slightly breaking if you listen closely. Su Shi did not immediately answer as she looked at the tomb. She has few regrets in her life and has managed to work out the others. However, what happened that day was one of the few she could never let go of. She blames herself for not only what happened to her husband but the fate of that child. She often tried to convince herself not to take all the blame, that Suya was simply cruel by nature or heavenly Tao treated them like puppets. But no matter what, she could not forget or forgive. It did not help that it was almost impossible to revive the child. It died before its soul, body, and world imprint was completed, and Suya used it as a sacrifice for a curse involving existence. So, 99% of methods could not revive it, including existence reconstruction. The only way they could think of was to travel back in time and prevent this event from happening. Sadly, true heavenly Tao would never allow them to mess with the river of time with their current cultivation. This may be possible when they reach higher tiers, but as of now, the child can only remain non-existent. The battle you suggested is about to happen, finally said Su Shi after a few seconds of quiet. Oh, when? 10 years. So soon. Lin Fan wanted to use this new system and see how he could benefit from it. As a heaven chosen, he did not have to recultivate this system and could take the best parts for himself. It should be about time for you guys to ascend, analyzed Su Shi, and Lin Fan frowned. Do you think we will stay long enough to see the next court meeting? Probably not. Lin Fan sighed, he had so little time and so much to do. For a moment, he regretted his decision, thinking how he would be separated from his wife, family, and loved ones for a while after his ascension. He stood up from his position and faced the tomb. Lin Fan knelt as he placed incense before the tomb and took a moment of silence. Su Shi followed him and did the same. A few minutes later, the two disappeared. The world was in the midst of its rapid development when everyone received a notification from the dream world. A large event was about to occur in the battle tower as former Heaven Chosens were about to battle it in a tournament that anyone could watch. As soon as the news was released, 70% of the world's population stopped what they were doing and tuned in. Of the remaining 30%, a quarter of them were in deep retreat cultivating or refining pills, so they could not participate. The remaining 2/4 did not care for battles, and since this event would not drastically influence the world, at least not in this generation, they did not care to watch. Soon, the battle began. Wang Wei chose a more tournament style instead of an all-out brawl. However, he did not place many restrictions on the battle, so they could fight as they wished, including using large armies, with a limited amount of troops. The 7 participating individuals publicly took papers out of a box that randomly assigned their first battle opponent. The final results for the first round were Yang Guowei vs Jingwu Hua, Yin Zhen vs Shen Biyu, Lin Fan vs Jian Wushuang. Xiao Songxi was lucky to be qualified for the second round without any fights. The rules of this tournament were odd. At first, this will be a one-round knockout tournament, meaning only the victor of a match will proceed to the next round. However, after the winner of the tournament is decided, the remaining participants will have a chance to fight each other and use a point system to determine ranking. Besides the champion, every participant will have fought everyone else at least once. Then, the second and third place will have an opportunity to battle the champion for the first time or a rematch to reclaim the throne. The first match was soon broadcast, and it was exciting. Yang Guowei demonstrated the versatility of his chromatic Tao. He used colors to their limit as he controlled anything that had a color to it. Yang Guowei used the symbolism, myths, or legends associated with colors. In some ways, his Tao is a lesser form of creation Tao. Sadly, this did not change his fate of defeat. Jingwu Hua fought with an unparalleled vigor she had never displayed in her life. She was aggressive and passionate, which made her flame burn even brighter and with more destructive potency. Ultimately, she used the power of the Emperor Bone to its limit and beyond, winning the battle. As Wang Wei watched her winning smile, he could deduce some of this girl's psychology. She wanted to prove to herself and her father that her previous failures did not define her. With her newfound confidence and state of mind, she can prove the Tao and become an eternal, then help her father and the Golden Crow clan. The next battle was Yin Zhen vs Shen Biyu. This battle was also fierce and probably the people's favorite, primarily because of Shen Biyu. One of the 5 elements is the most common or widespread laws used in the cultivation world, and her pinnacle display of these laws was a crowd favorite as they learned much from her. Sadly, her opponent was Yin, a truly powerful body refiner. Before the match began, Wang Wei knew she would lose since Yin Zhen had already entered the infant fiend god force. Additionally, he seemed to have sublimated his zombie art as it was no longer too Yin focus, it was now more balanced. Of course, the battle was not easy for Yin General. Firstly, he was hiding his strength and did not go all out. Secondly, Zhenbiyu successfully reverted the 5 elements into Yin-Yang Dao, increasing the power and versatility of her battles. Wang Wei was very satisfied with this battle and praised both of them. Yin Zhen continued to show the world he was a genuinely talented individual on the body-refining path. Meanwhile, Zhenbiyu took another step in development after successfully having 2 distinctive personalities. However, he could also tell the threat of Emperor 5 Heart was still looming over her head, thus preventing her Dao heart from being perfect. The final battle of the first round was Lin Fan against Jian Wushuang, which could be considered the main event. Many people focused on them, especially those who knew these two shared the same fate in their generation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1029 Min Battle 2. Jian Wushuang looked at his opponent, his trusted white sword already in his hand. Throughout their generation, he could not remember when they had a meaningful or intense conversation or confrontation. Despite that, they had plenty in common. They were losers played by the cruelty of heavenly Tao and fate itself. It seems we have much in common, said Jian Wushuang. Maybe, but there is no need to bond over such a devastating and embarrassing failure, replied Lin Fan calmly. You're right. In that case, let's begin. He rushed forward, going on the offensive. Heavenly Court, Wang Wei was watching this battle through the dream world like everybody else. When Lin Fan used his first technique, he squinted his eyes. His main Dao is time? No, it's a combination of Dao like mine. He combined time and lesser chaos, so time at the beginning of the universe? Interesting. Wang Wei could immediately tell the latter chose this Dao due to his unborn child, probably wishing to change the timeline and save them. Furthermore, it's evident that Lin Fan has not completely given up on his ambition to cultivate greater chaos Dao, but he has learned from his mistake and waited later on to change it, bypassing or lowering the requirement for the outlaw tria through this method. The battle was intense as early as it began. Lin Fan used his chaos time Dao, while Jian Wushuang used his infinite sword skills to counter. In every attack, Jian Wushuang could stab infinitely, slash infinitely, cut infinitely, or use any basic or advanced sword moves infinitely. As a swordsman, his attack was fierce and relentless. Adding the fact he had achieved the 12th realm of swordsmanship, Jian Wushuang showed he was one of this world's peerless swordsmen. Sadly, it was to no avail. Even with his peak 8 root strength and unique Pravin Dao artifact refined using his bones as the main material, Jian Wushuang lost the battle. A newly created acquired physique? Thought Wang Wei as he glanced at Lin Fan. Not bad, its potential is even higher than his former absolute chaos physique. Lin Fan had a natural affinity with chaos, so the new physique his wife, Su Shi, created for him was in that category. However, despite both having chaos as their main characteristics, they followed different paths. Su Shi followed the path of primordial chaos, which is a higher or evolved form of chaos. Meanwhile, Lin Fan followed the extreme path of chaos. He tempered and refined his power of chaos until it was on par with primordial chaos but without experiencing evolution or sublimation. The idea is similar to how normal Daos can be cultivated to be on par with outlaw or supreme outlaw Daos. As a result, his new physique could be called Ultimate Chaos Physique, the pinnacle of chaos that goes beyond absolute. After their battle, the next round immediately started. The first battle was Xiao Songxi against Yin Zhen, and the former patriarch of the Baishi clan lost. However, the result was not as miserable as many people expected it to be, as Xiao Songxi put up more of a fight than people expected. He changed his Dao from swallowing to a unique sacrifice Dao. The crux of this Tao is that the better the things he sacrifices, the more benefits or results he will receive. Xiao Songshi sacrificed his Baishi bloodline for a drastic boost in strength and, as a result, gave Yin Zhen some trouble. What an interesting and promising Tao, commented Wang Wei to himself before smiling. The Xi clan is about to suffer again. The next battle was lackluster. Zhen Biyu did her best against Lin Fan but to no avail. However, it's understandable, given her opponent's strength and the fact her talent lies more on cultivation than battle. Then, the final battle began, a clash between two titans, Yin Zhen and Lin Fan. If not for how mythical Wang Wei's battle against Di Tian was, this fight would have had a lasting impact on the world and history. As soon as the fight started, Lin Fan did not hold back and showed the world his 9-extremity foundation. Only 4 root, muttered Wang Wei as his eyes shined with the power of fate. I see. He understood why Lin Fan did not achieve completion. He had to rush to cultivate to participate in this fight, which affected him. However, the most prominent reason is his flawed Tao heart. The death of his unborn child had a greater effect on him than he anticipated, and when it was time for the final fusion, such a flaw reduced his accomplishment. It's a shame, but there should be ways to remedy the situation in the upper dimension, thought Wang Wei as he focused on this battle. Yin Zhen was not outdone and showed his infant fiend god realm's achievements and strength on par with Tao ancestors. With his mighty body and willpower manifestation, he dominated most of the fight, making it appear that Lin Fan was about to lose until the latter pulled out his trump card. Lin Fan summoned the projection of a creature, an ancient, noble, and powerful creature. A creature that existed at the beginning of chaos when everything was chaotic and empty. A creature more ancient, noble, and powerful than fiend gods, muttered Wang Wei with squinted eyes. He immediately activated all his powers to divine more information. Blood immediately began to fall from his eyes, mouth, and the other orifices. Primordial demon gods. He only found a name but almost died in the process. Wang Wei exhaled as he swallowed a few pills to calm down and recuperate. Primordial demon gods, he repeated with some seriousness. Why do I feel this race has a deep connection with one of the taboos I've encountered? He groaned softly as he did not have much to go on. He focused on Lin Fan while muttering, more importantly, what's your connection to this ancient race that popped up out of nowhere? Many thoughts flashed through Wang Wei's mind as he analyzed the situation. Ultimately, he could only conclude one thing: everyone in the universe is someone else's pawn. He was fate's pawn, Di Tian was one of the cardinal's pawns, and Lin Fan was probably the pawn of this ancient race. After accepting this fact, Wang Wei continued watching the battle. The final winner was Yin Zhen, who used a pseudo-true will to defeat Lin Fan. And the method he used was actually ingenious, even by Wang Wei's standard. Most body refiners do not use weapons since they believe their bodies are the most powerful. However, some do, and there are specific weapons for them, like the blood-nourishing weapon, which is similar to the Proving Tao artifact. Yin Zhen cultivated a blood-nourishing weapon, allowing it to gain sentience and condense a soul. The weapon then cultivates the origin system, starting from the primordial spirit, and even enters the Di realm by creating a unique soul made of weapon chi. Finally, Yin Zhen combined his willpower manifestation with his weapon's Di realm, thus achieving a pseudo-true will. What a talented lad. He must have learned from my battle with Di Tian. Wang Wei was genuinely happy to see how the world improved because of his actions and previous efforts. In this mini-battle, all the Heaven Chosens have shown remarkable improvement, a direct result of using the Dream World's battle tower. If his weapon can prove the Tao, he can use a genuine true will. A weapon proving the Tao is not unusual, especially for a place like in the upper dimension. In fact, with a proper Grand Tao source baptism, this weapon might need to prove the Tao and could sublimate its Di realm into a Tao will. However, such a method would have restrictions and lower its overall potential, so Wang Wei hoped Yin Zhen did things correctly. Once the champion was decided, the next round was the ranking round to determine the other ranking and who could challenge Yin General. The result was Lin Fan was second, Jian Wushang took third place, Zhen Biyu came fourth, Jin Wu Hua was fifth, Xiao Songshi stole the sixth spot, and Yang Guowei was at the bottom. Lin Fan declined the opportunity to challenge Yin Zhen a second time, but Jian Wushuang still chose to fight. Although he lost, he was satisfied with the experience and learning opportunity. As a swordsman, he had such an undaunting spirit. Wang Wei summoned the team and had a brief talk with them, telling them to prepare to leave in 3 days. Then, he held Yin Zhen back as he conversed with him, sharing some of his ideas and understanding of fleshly body cultivation, willpower manifestation, and the use of true will. Emperor Enlightening Academy, Lin Fan sighed. I thought I could win the championship and asked him. But now, it seems you have to ask. I told you to be more direct, and he won't mind, replied Su Shi. I just don't want to owe him even more than I do. His previous plan was to ask what he wanted to know as a champion, using the information as the final prize. However, such an act lowered his seniority. However, with the current situation, he was already a junior despite being from the same generation. I have to count on you, again. I also want some closure, replied Su Shi while shaking her head. Without wasting time, she rushed to the court. And, I wanted to write the Jian Wushuang vs Lin Fan's match, but after staring at a blank screen for a few hours, I gave up. However, I do want to write a proper high-tier match for him, so it's probably going to be later in the story and most likely against Wang Tian. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1030 Hope. To what do I owe this visit? Asked Wang Wei, who was fishing but not in his small pond next to the garden. Instead, he was in a desolate star in his starry sky universe, and his fishing line had traveled millions of light years away, hooking a strange life form that could survive in the void. Please, don't tell me you came to complain because your husband did not win the competition, he teased. Is this how you see me in your mind? Asked Su Shi, almost rolling her eyes. She sat next to him and also began to fish. She was daring as she immediately went after the same fish. Love is a powerful thing. I know that's what I would do if I were you, said Wang Wei with a smirk. Their competition lasted for a few minutes before Wang Wei cheated without any remorse or shame. It's not like you to be this hesitant, he said. I just don't want to be disappointed by the answer, she replied. Would you feel better if you never know? No, false hope is even worse than the truth, replied Su Shi before sighing. Okay, tell me. You haven't asked anything, so how do I know what you want to know? Su Shi did not stop herself from rolling her eyes. You know I want to know about the unborn child. Is there a way to save them? Is it possible to revive him? Depends, replied Wang Wei. Can he accept this child if he recreated it with Creation Tao? We had this conversation, and he was not willing. One of their plans was for Lin Fan to cultivate good fortune Tao before transitioning into Creation Tao as a means to revive the child. However, after many years of contemplating and talking to Xian, they concluded this was not what they wanted. Wang Wei thought for a moment and said, the world, as we know it, is more complex than what we see. Every major decision we make creates an alternate universe or timeline where our lives are entirely different based on that choice, the infinite trichiliocosm. Su Shi's eyes shone brilliantly as many things finally clicked in her mind. A few of her questions regarding the river of time were just answered, and that opened her mind to a new level of understanding of the universe. The concept of alternative timeline was not new to her as she had battle techniques to create them, but they were temporary. She never knew the world actually contained an infinite number of them. So, is there a timeline where the child was born and is healthy? She asked. Not just one of them. Su Shi's beautiful brow furrowed. What about our timeline? Is it not possible to change the past? Our timeline is special and is heavily protected by Grand Tao itself and other powers, explained Wang Wei. So, even after you become a paragon, which was the pinnacle of the cultivation world, the best you could do was take another version of the child from another timeline and bring it here. Wang Wei has only known one person or group of individuals who has changed the timeline, and that's his ancestor, Qiuan. However, to this day, he did not know how the latter did it and what price he paid. So, he did not tell her about that. What realm is Paragon? Asked Su Shi. She knew about Empyreans but not Paragons. It's the one after Empyreans. Is Paragon the end of cultivation? Are there no other realms after that? Continued Su Shi, and Wang Wei gave her a look. The path of cultivation is technically endless. Su Shi immediately understood the implications behind these words, and she felt more hopeful. She swiftly controlled her emotions and asked for more information. What realm has your ancestor reached? She asked. They are Paragons. Her happiness and hope were immediately gone. She did not think she was any less talented or dedicated than these people. Yet, after so long, they are still Paragons. This fact may not indicate their ability but the difficulty of the path afterward. You don't have to worry since we live in a great era, reassured Wang Wei after feeling her slightly agitated emotions. What do you mean? Our ancestors have opened a new way forward for us, albeit they paid a heavy price. Now, as long as we care for the pests in the upper dimension and they can return, the path forward will no longer be unknown or muddy. I understand, and thank you. Wang Wei waved his hand to indicate it was nothing, and Su Shi soon left to tell Lin Fan this news. So, we need to go beyond the Paragon realm, he murmured, not even considering the first option. He wanted his child and nothing else. Yes. Although this path will not be easy, it's still hope. I am happy as long as there is a way, replied Lin Fan. Now that he has a direction or goal, that's all that matters. As for how difficult it was to reach that realm, he would do whatever was necessary as long as he knew it was possible. Do you think what he said about these people preventing the ancestors from returning to the world to be true? Asked Lin Fan. He was not stupid and guessed Wang Wei was using this opportunity to turn them into pawns or advance parties for his war against these people. His words might have some logic behind them, said Su Shi. What makes you say that? We don't know much about the upper dimension, but we do know how scary such a place would be with all these powerhouses. Now, how did 9 individuals take absolute control? Yes, if the ancestors disappeared, it could explain their rise in power, concluded Lin Fan. The situation might be more complicated than we thought. You mean the two sons? Wang Wei gave them a brief summary of the situation and promised to give them more detailed information after their return. Yes. The way he spoke about them was different from others. I remember his tone was both disdainful and worry. Do you think these two are people who have gone beyond the Paragon realm? The crux of this rebellion is them? Su Shi's silence told Lin Fan what she thought. In that case, the situation will be more complicated than we thought, he groaned. You need to be careful, said Su Shi. And if something happens, contact me, and I will ascend. Don't worry, I will be fine. He was determined never to ask her for help. If the situation is as they analyzed, she will be way safer in the lower dimension until Wang Wei ascends. By then, her strength should have drastically increased, thus also improving her chances of survival. Su Shi could tell what he was thinking and could only sigh to herself. They only had 3 days to themselves and must make the best of the situation. 3 days later, Heavenly Court. Wang Wei looked at the immortal venerable before him. I have explained everything. Do you have any questions? No, Patriarch. I won't fail in this mission, replied Wang Qi. Remember, keep a low profile and only do what you're instructed to. I will. Wang Wei and Wang Qi walked out of the room where everybody else was waiting. Are you ready? Asked Wang Wei, and they nodded. Wang Qi put everything inside a special space ring made from the power of the Tao burial ground. He also surrounded himself with that treasure's power as he disappeared from the court. Once he opened his eyes, he was in an unknown location. He immediately checked around. No vision, so this space ring worked, he muttered. He exhaled deeply, immediately feeling lighter. No, he felt better than he had ever in his life. It was like he was always carrying a heavy burden that was suddenly lifted. He had had problems with his visions for so long and had acquired brand new glasses. What kind of energy was in this environment? It's so intoxicating. Wang Qi took a breath to control himself and not get lost in the comfort of this world. He did as he was instructed to gather as much information from the nearest populated place before heading to the designated location. The process took more than a week despite his ability to tear open space and the talisman the Patriarch gave him. That's how vast this world was. Of course, his situation was unique as he was instructed not to use any official transmission array from any city. At his destination, Wang Qi left a communication mark before staying in a hotel. The next day, when he opened his eyes, he discovered he was in an unknown location and was immediately worried. He did not sense or detect when these people took him away from his inn, which greatly scared him. Luckily, they soon proved their identity through the secret codes and marks the Patriot gave him, so he handed these heaven-chosen. Pei Lang held a piece of paper with information on it while old Ma was on the screen opposite him. When that kid said he was sending us talented individuals, I did not expect they were on that level, said the old man with a wide grin. An extremely talented pure body refiner, a 9-extremity foundation with a physique better than the absolute chaos physique, an unparalleled swordsman of the ultimate sword path, a Taoist priest with a dual personality, one of which is a pure heart. His eyes were about to shoot fire. Even the others are uniquely talented in their own right. Pei Lang groaned softly. You only focus on their talent but haven't mentioned the trouble with their background? All these people have Paragon tier lineage behind them, except for Lin Fan and Yang Guowei. Although these lineages have closed off their mountain, they will still be interested in these talents once they've learned of them. Didn't we already expect this? Rebutted old man. Anyways, we are only in a temporary alliance. As long as they signed the contract and fought for our cause, that's all that matters. You're looking at the situation short-sightedly. We must begin to look at the future after the war. You want to start building power? Isn't that a little too early? Asked old Ma, not hiding his worry. Maybe. His eyes focused on Yang Guowei and Xiao Songxi. These two had the highest hopes of recruiting from the information they gathered. Old Ma sighed before asking, what do we do with them? Give them the heaven will? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1031. Hello. Pei Lang thought momentarily, briefed them on the world's current situation. Afterward, use the reflecting mirror heart trial to determine their personality and who is genuinely willing to fight for our cause. Then, will we give them the heaven will? Yes, but don't forget to have them sign the contract first, nodded Pei Lang. I will come to see Yang Guowei and Xiao Songxi after the mirror test. As you wish. Then, what about Emperor Wang's reward? Asked old Ma. Give him what he promised. These people were the first batch, and he was very satisfied. Their cause needs upper-level talents/powerhouses as the world is about to enter an era of strife and chaos. Wang Qi received a space ring from a stranger and used his divine sense to check. The Patriarch told him what to check, and he did not want to make any mistake. Are you satisfied? I am, nodded Wang Qi. That's good, nodded old Ma. We are also happy with this trade and hope this alliance can continue. This is only the first group. However, the Patriarch asked me to pass on a message. Do not expect the next group to be as talented as this one. That's understandable, nodded old Ma. He had read distant history and knew the myriad emperor world was unique in the lower dimension for some unknown reason. So, it's understandable they would have so many eternal talents. Do you know exactly when the next batch is coming? It should take a while since we must gather them from other world communities. I see. Well, you know how to contact us. Excuse me. Is there something else? Asked old Ma. Could you tell me if there is a way to see Empress Wu? Why do you want to see her? That's rather personal. Old Ma frowned. Wait a moment. I cannot make such a decision. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0V3LB1N. Please, take your time. Wang Qi did not want to take the risk to publicly search for news about her, even if it might be common. Additionally, the rebellion would definitely know his next course of action, so it was best to use them and prevent any misunderstanding, which could lead to trust issues in their new and fragile alliance. He wants to see Empress Wu? Asked Pei Lang. At first, he thought something had happened since old Ma contacted him so soon, but he did not expect it was for this reason. Do you know why? He didn't want to say. You didn't pry? They had too many ways to get information from a weak immortal venerable secretly. No. It's about her, so I thought it would be best to be careful and report to you. Pei Lang groaned softly. You made the right choice. Give him the information and have someone follow him to see if he actually goes to see her. Immediately afterward, old Ma gave Wang Qi the information on how to travel to the Origin Seal continent. And he made his way to that destination with the utmost haste. The Origin Seal continent was vast, with trillions upon trillions of inhabitants. Wang Qi knew he would not be able to contact the Empress with his identity even if he knew she had a palace at the very center. So, she followed the Patriarch's instructions. He concentrated intensely, bowed 90 degrees, and muttered, Wang Qi, under the order of the Patriarch, came to see the Empress. A rune with a unique aura appeared on his forehead. Wang Qi did not wait long before he felt the surroundings change, and he was in another place. Sitting cross-legged opposite him was a woman of unparalleled beauty. Although she did not release any aura, he sensed her grandeur, power, nobility, and otherworldly nature. This was not the first he had seen her. When the Patriarch was still immortal, he saw the Empress accompanying him. However, this one was completely different from what he saw, almost like a different person. Wang Wei sent you? Asked Wu Hong in her ethereal voice. That's all right, stuttered Wang Qi as he lowered his head, not daring to continue gazing at such power and perfection. What does he want? The Happy Patriarch asked me to give you this. He took out a space ring and held it in his hand. Wang Qi felt his hand was empty, but he did not dare raise his head. Meanwhile, Wu Hong removed two things from the space ring, a jade talisman and a letter. She pondered briefly before first opening the letter. Hello? How are you doing? I know this might be a cliché and boring for our first words, but after rewriting this letter more than 1,000 times, countless drafts, and millions of words, these words best suit what I want to convey to you. After all, if all else fails, it will be good news to know you were okay. Anyway, I just want to hear from you. P.S. The talisman contains the experiment about existence, from a talented cultivator called Madman Chu. I thought it might be useful for your injury. Be careful, you will owe him much karma if you accept his legacy. P.S.S. What is the best Tier 11 resource to break the Empyrean bottleneck? I wanted to ask the rebellion, but I thought you should be more knowledgeable than them. A tiny smile crept on the corner of Wu Hong's mouth before swiftly disappearing. She thought for a moment before taking out a piece of paper. Give this to him, she said, and a letter appeared in Wang Qi's hands. Is there anything else? No. Then, you're dismissed. With a wave of her hand, Wang Qi disappeared from the room. Wu Hong looked at the two items in her hands, deep in thought. She carefully placed the letter away before focusing on the talisman. She had heard of the name, Madman Chu. During the Second Origin War, Qiyuan wanted to find the latter to help him complete his plan. Their group pursued countless rumors about Madman Chu in their attempt to locate him, but he was never found even after the event of the ultimate taboo. According to rumors, Madman Chu will only see someone that he wants to see. With a decisive look, she accepted the inheritance. Wang Qi sighed in relief when he realized he was somewhere in the Origin Seal continent. He did not waste any more time and used the special space ring the Patriarch gave him. He immediately sensed a weird aura protecting him. He no longer felt a potent power blocking his descent into the lower dimension. Through his connection to the Myriad Emperor world, Wang Qi immediately descended to the previous location where he had ascended a few hours prior. He then rushed into the throne room. What did she say? Did she respond? Immediately asked Wang Wei when he saw Wang Qi. Why, yes, replied the tired messenger as he took out the letter. Wang Qi could not tell when the thing left his hand. Hello, back. I'm doing okay, considering the circumstances. How about you? From what I hear, you're doing beautiful things in the lower dimension. P.S. I would like to thank you for this and the previous gift. I will reciprocate when the time is appropriate. P.S.S. The best would be Yuandao root. It takes the least amount of time to facilitate the breakthrough and has some effects in nourishing the fleshly body and the Empyrean soul while also helping stabilize the grand mist wheel. However, it's a very rare spiritual herb, comparable to tier 12 in value. Although the letter was short, Wang Wei had an uncontrollable grin throughout reading it. He looked at Wang Qi, and through his mind, he saw her again after what felt like an eternity. He saw her unparalleled beauty, strange yet familiar aura, and gray hair. In these short interactions, he had confirmed too many things and removed a heavy burden from his shoulders. Now, he knew she knew something about him, most likely the clone's memories or from his ancestors. More importantly, he knew she would at least give him a chance. Isn't it just pursuing her again? He would gladly do it 1,000,000 times if it meant they could get together again. As for her being different from the ones he met, it did not matter. He would get to know the new her and accept her as she was. Ha ha ha, laughed Wang Wei maniacally, and the world changed for him for the second time. A golden rain suddenly enveloped the world, puzzling everybody. However, when people noticed this rain could increase the life of mortals by at least 10 years, low and middle-level cultivators by 5, and upper echelon cultivators by 1 year, everyone went crazy. Emperor Enlightening Academy, Su Shi and a group of teachers stood outside, looking at this strange vision of heaven and earth. Heavenly Tao even wasted world source because he's happy, said a teacher, not hiding his shock. I wonder how much you have to be beloved for heaven and earth to treat you like this, a female teacher with slight jealousy added. Not just beloved, but powerful. That's true. Do you think any future heavenly emperor can recreate what he has done? Asked Song Li. Unless they can radically change the world for the better, I doubt it. I'm sure some people will fake these visions to embellish their reign. That's true. No one likes to admit they were inferior to their ancestors or the people that came before. Sadly, at least for a very long time, no one will ever come close to the first heavenly emperor's capabilities and achievements. So they could understand why some people would use such tactics. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1032 Happiness. Wang Wei was finally calm enough to stop laughing. He looked at the letter with a smile before carefully putting it away in a section of his space ring full of Wu Hong's things, including many clay or wood sculptures he had made. I'm sorry about that. No, it's okay, quickly replied Wang Qi. Everyone in the sect knew the patriarch carried some kind of profound sadness with him ever since the princess disappeared. Since his level was too low, he never knew all the information about those events. However, it seemed things were not as bad as some rumors. Tell me everything that happened, don't leave any detail. Wang Qi recounted his experience. He explained everything he saw, learned, and even felt during his trip, and Wang Wei listened attentively. With this short encounter, he can deduce a great deal of information. What do you think of this old Ma? He asked. He acts like the steward of the entire operation, stated Wang Qi. However, he seems a bit indecisive. He does not make any major decisions and will report anything beforehand. Of course, this might be some kind of deceptive tactic. Wang Wei nodded outwardly to his words but did not immediately decide on old Ma's personality or abilities. He understood it was reasonable not to make any hasty decision regarding things related to Wu Hong. Give me the reward. Wang Wei received the space ring, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Before even checking what was inside, he focused on the ring itself, and it was created. With how developed the cultivation civilization in the upper dimension is, it made sense such a thing would exist, he thought. After a specific tier, space rings are no longer safe because of how easily top powerhouses can control space. In other words, it's simple for a quasi-emperor to steal something from the space ring of a saint or lower cultivator without the latter knowing. At the immortal tier, such a thing is even more common and does not need to be only a space ring. Any world or pocket dimension that a cultivator creates to hold his item can be a victim of such a thing unless they place primary arrays to protect it. And even those could be useless for people who cultivate space, array Grand Dao source, or both. The space ring the Alliance used was made of a material called void-blocking crystal. As the name implied, it blocked whatever space it was refined, preventing thieves of any kind. The material can also block all karma to prevent people from finding the location of the space it's blocking. This one should be a Tier 2 void-blocking crystal, meaning even the best Empyreans could not secretly take the thing inside, analyzed Wang Wei, slightly intrigued by what he divined. Finally, he checked the contents inside and was immediately satisfied with the result. According to their agreement, the final reward would be based on the quality of talent I brought them, and the first batch was the best of the best. The rebellion fulfilled their side of the detail and gave him many resources that would be helpful in the Dragon Phoenix realm. "Thank you for your hard work," said Wang Wei. Although he had already agreed with true heavenly Tao, if Wang Qi was not careful, followed his instructions to the T, and did not resist the urge to run away with the rewards, everything would not have proceeded so smoothly. "It was my greatest honor, Patriarch. Your reward is waiting for you back at the sect." A grin flashed in Wang Qi's mouth as he momentarily lost control due to excitement. He bowed politely before excusing himself. However, a few minutes after he left, someone came to the court to see Wang Wei. "Son, what made you so happy?" "I got news from your daughter-in-law, that's why I'm so happy." Yu Yan paused. She was not stupid. As such, she deduced the state of her son's relationship despite him not telling her everything. After all, Empress Wu was a well-known and beloved eternal emperor of the world. "Oh, thank heaven and earth, I don't have to worry about you anymore." "Huh, what does that mean?" asked Wang Wei, who felt her tone was strange. "After she disappeared, I fear you would end up alone, and I would never be a grandmother. With my handsome face, how could I end up alone? Since you wanted her and only her, I fear you would remain alone if she rejected you." Wang Wei's mouth twitched slightly. "Well, you don't have to worry about that, at least not yet." "That's good." Yu Yan came only to check on him, so she briefly chatted before leaving. Her time was approaching, and she needed to train. Before leaving, Wang Wei wanted to give her something for her body, but she refused. She aims to achieve 7-leaf strength before underground Dao re-establishment after she and her husband rule over the court. Although this path is arduous and dangerous, the experience will also be a form of tempering for her. So, she declined as she believed it was best to leave these rare resources to her son or someone else. After Yu Yan's departure, Wang Wei soon had his third guest. Before the person entered, he heard a loud voice outside, "My favorite grandson. Grandpa came to see you. I'm your only grandson." "So, this phrase is not as endearing as you think they are," he yelled back, and Wang Chang entered the room laughing. "Isn't that a good thing? Now, you don't have to split my love with anyone else." Wang Wei rolled his eyes. "So, what made you so happy?" asked Wang Chang. He had only come for a short break when he noticed the changes between heaven and earth. "Some good news, and it also involved you," replied Wang Wei. "Oh. I'm so close to finding Emperor 9 sons." Wang Wei saw a glint in his grandfather's eyes, so he explained the situation with these top geniuses ascending. Good, uttered Wang Chang. "Recently, I have been having dreams of reuniting with your grandmother. Now, I understand why." Wang Wei immediately looked at him seriously. "Why are you acting like your reincarnation is your death?" "Don't look at me like this, I'm not about to do anything stupid," said Wang Chang, almost choking in anger. "I just thought I might see her during the process. Do you want me to try to arrange something for you?" "No need. Let's leave it to fate." Wang Wei could not help rolling his eyes at how ironic such a reply was. He summoned a green crystal the size of a 50-carat diamond. "This is for you." "What is it?" asked Wang Chang, as he felt this crystal was pulsating or beating like a heart. "I asked these people for the heart of an old tree," explained Wang Wei. "This thing contains an enormous amount of wood/life energy, so you can train as severely as you want, and it will heal and strengthen your body in the process." Wang Wei was surprised by this thing. He asked for it specifically for his grandfather, so it was not an immortal tier resource. Yet, the energy contained in that crystal was palpitating. However, upon reflection, he realized it made sense. Anything that can be considered old in the upper dimension must at least be 1 yuan epoch. "So, I can train even harder?" asked Wang Chang. "Yes, but you should still take time to rest. This thing doesn't have as good of an effect on restoring spiritual power, let alone mental fatigue." I know. How do I use it?" "You only need to keep in one of your heart's chambers." Plush. Wang Chang directly plunged his hand and the crystal into his heart, making Wang Wei speechless. This guy could have swallowed it and controlled the thing to reach his heart, or be more civilized and used a small teleportation technique to send it to its destination. But no, he had to use such brutal means. No wonder his technique was so masochist, he secretly complained. "Well, I'm back to training," said Wang Chang, who prepared to leave. Then, he suddenly thought of something. "Do you have any more of the wine from last time?" Wang Wei waved his hand to give him a bottle. "Only one?" "Don't be so cheap, Im." With a thought, his grandfather disappeared from the court and returned to the sect. He smiled as he heard the latter's complaints about not respecting his elders. His gaze shifted to the swallowing zone. He now knew what to turn the Genesis fruit into, but that created some other trouble for him: energy. If he wants that thing to turn into the Yuandao root and the best of its kind, he will need to feed it even more energy. "What a headache," he muttered before entering a short retreat, waiting for the next major event. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1033 Return. 200 years passed, and many people thought the world would be quiet and peaceful until 100 years later, when the next court meeting would occur. However, today would be a day to remember. Heavenly Court. Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled. It's already time. He summoned the chi luck of the entire world to block the myriad emperor world from all types of foreign eyes. He did not want an ounce of what was about to happen to be leaked, at least not for a while. Boom! The entire world suddenly changed as visions enveloped every corner: golden lotus, Dao sounds, purple chi from the east, sacred beasts, sage chanting or preaching. Everything was present. Afterward, 7 individuals with noble and awe-inspiring aura appeared floating above the sky. The world was boiling as the people recognized these 7 individuals and realized what they'd become. The people realized the previous battle was not simple and held a great secret, most likely connected to the heavenly court. Sadly, those who knew the truth remained quiet. After these people showed their presence to the world, they immediately headed to the court to see Wang Wei, and they were all shocked. They had previously known how powerful he was, but it was a completely different experience to witness it themselves, especially in their current realm and strength. "I have seen your majesty, the heavenly emperor." 7x, at ease, said Wang Wei. While these people were checking him out, he was also doing the same, observing each of them closely. Yin Zhen had now reached the 3rd step of the 10 steps in the Dragon Phoenix realm. His battle prowess should be in the middle of the 5-fold battle realm. Lin Fan had also achieved the 5-fold battle realm, but he should be on the lower end and slightly weaker than Yin. General Jian Wushuang achieved the 3-fold battle realm, but it was the peak. With only a little push, he can achieve 4-fold. Zhen Biyu was also 3-fold, but she was more in the middle and lower tier. Jingwu Hua and Xiao Songxi achieved 2-fold with slight differences, while Yang Guowei had 1-fold battle strength. However, both Xiao Songxi and Yang Guowei were only pseudo-eternals and not the genuine type. Yang Guowei is burdened by his father's actions while Xiao Songxi was disturbed by what happened with the Xi clan, analyzed Wang Wei. Those two, along with Jing Wuhua, were the type of eternal talents that were not guaranteed success. In other words, their ability to become eternal hinged on their performance while absorbing the heaven's will. Jing Wuhua's state of mind was strengthened and sublimated after speaking with her father and finding purpose for her life. She performed to the best of her ability and became an eternal. Sadly, these two failed. Tell me everything you experienced after ascending. Lin Fan stepped and explained everything. He did not hide anything. He told Wang Wei everything they saw and experienced, including the mirror test, the contract, absorbing the heaven will, and contacting their factions afterward. Unfortunately, only Lin Fan received some acknowledgement from Emperor Kong, while the others were still silent. So far, there doesn't seem to be any issue, thought Wang Wei. Did they brief on the general situation of the war? They gave us an information jade that explained the overall situation. Can you show it to me, or is that restricted information? Besides a few minor things, I can show you the rest, replied Lin Fan as he sent the information. Wang Wei shook his head. The thing was not detailed enough, but he did not know whether this information was left out or the rebellion simply did not know. Luckily, he learned a very crucial piece of information that he was not privy to prior. Maitreya and Supreme Unity disappeared a few hundred years ago. No, they disappeared precisely around the time he contacted Empyrean Jimin. Did Maitreya force him out of the Eternal Ascension world to limit his influence in this chess game, or did they disappear for an entirely different reason? Analyzed Wang Wei. He was leading more on the former since the timing was too coincidental. He focused back on the ground and sent them the information he knew in much greater detail. He started with the ultimate taboo, talked about the 7 moons, 2 suns rise to power, and their split, and even mentioned the path of transcendence. Although Wang Wei still hid a lot of information, he provided them with a lot more information than the rebellion gave them. Then, he waited for more than 10 minutes as these people processed this information. Do you know why I told you all this information? Lin Fan smiled wryly as he understood. They now had a more comprehensive understanding of the situation, thus making it easier for them to make good decisions and prevent the rebellion from taking advantage of their ignorance. Wang Wei's tactic is an excellent way to prevent them from becoming these people's pawns, but they inadvertently became his pawn in the process. You shouldn't have told us this information, said Yin Zhen, we won't be able to hide it from the people above. No one can divine or deduce the information since it will trigger a response from those two, he explained. So, you're only concerned with protecting it from your memory. As soon as you return, contact your factions with this information. He looked at Lin Fan. Emperor Kong should know something, but it will still be valuable to him. As for you guys, your faction will want to know how you learned such secrets and should contact you. Wang Wei was sure these moons would temper with history and hide many secrets. The only issue is you two. His eyes shifted to Yang Guowei and Xiao Songxi. Emperor Kong should have no issue helping you protect your mind. Honestly, I have no issue if you guys sell the information for more benefit, but you should understand what can be sold and what should be kept a secret. We understand, replied Lin Fan, who was secretly sighing. He was already feeling the effect of an inferior background. Unfortunately, he could not help it since the academy was simply too young and lacked history. How long can you guys stay? A maximum of 300 years, but it's best to leave as soon as possible. Once they descended to the lower realm, they received a notice from True Heavenly Tao. In that case, get your affairs in order and leave. Everyone saluted Wang Wei before dispersing in different directions. Lin Fan appeared outside of the academy and turned around to look in the court's direction, the path of transcendence. His eyes had an unknown glint before disappearing. Many people were waiting for him, but he went straight to his wife. He held her in his arms before spilling out his guts. He told her everything he experienced, including the meeting a few minutes ago. The situation has become more complicated and dangerous, sighed Su Shi. Yes, but the greater the danger also means more benefit. Plus, I now have concrete proof of the way forward. Since these two sons achieved half-step transcendence, it means it's possible, and a feasible method exists. You have a point. Su Shi knew she would not be able to escape the upcoming war. Her delayed ascension only meant she had a long time to prepare and get stronger. What's your plan before you leave? Do you even have time to do anything? The first major thing is to preach and repay my karma to the world. You still owe the world karma? Yes, but not as much as you guys. Regardless, since it's my home, I will do my best to take care of it, replied Lin Fan. After that, I should have time to leave a formation and artifact for the sect. The formation was easier to set up, but the artifact could cause some issues. If the sect already has a quasi-emperor weapon prepared, he only needs to nourish it with the Grand Tao source and fuse his weapon's projection into it. However, if they want him to refine a better emperor artifact for them, that would require more time and better resources. What about the Tao ancestors, immortal venerables, and insurgents? I will send the Grand Tao source seeds and immortal mansions when Wang Wei exchanges the next batches of candidates. Lin Fan momentarily paused at the absurdity of this statement. As for my insurgents, I have prepared the resources and instructions, but you need to complete it for me. It's good that you're prepared for everything, nodded Su Shi. But what about our situation? Have you made a decision? Yes. I was thinking about leaving an immortal clone to accompany them while we continued our pursuit of Grand Tao. Lin Fan did not hear from her for a few seconds, so he swiftly added, I can even modify their memories so they don't know about my main body. He felt it would be terrible on his conscience if he just abandoned everybody after everything they've gone through. This may be the best choice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1034 Secret Vault, here. This is for you, said Lin Fan as he placed a space ring in her soft palm. What's this? Heavenly Tao restricted what we could bring back, but some leeways remain. I found a few rare resources for you. Where did you get the time and opportunity to get these things? Asked Su Shi after checking the contents with her divine sense. It's a loan from the rebellion. She immediately frowned. Will that not cause more complications? Maybe. But I only need to do one special mission, and I can repay the debt. That sounds dangerous. Possibly, but it's worth it, replied Lin Fan calmly. Plus, I came here to prepare for any possible danger. Su Shi immediately understood what he meant. Eternal emperors born in the lower dimension have an advantage over the upper dimension ones. They can leave a normal clone along with well-protected secret realms containing their name and history. The lower dimension is under true heavenly Taoist protection, whose rules do not allow any beings to influence or mess with it easily. As such, when someone tries to erase a lower dimension eternal emperor, the clone and secret realm become a barrier that forces them to deal with the restrictions of true heavenly Tao. Such a loophole is a right granted only to eternal emperors from the lower dimension. In other words, if someone is born in the upper dimension but descends and proves the Tao there, true heavenly Tao won't allow it. Additionally, they have only one chance and cannot recreate these clones or secret realms if they are destroyed. I'm worried about Wang Wei, said Lin Fan. The security vault, as it has been labeled over the years, is one of an eternal emperor's greatest secrets, something that some of them do not even tell their Tao companion. However, Lin Fan knew he would not be able to hide his vault from Wang Wei's eyes, even if he put it somewhere in the endless void. His existence has long broken the balance, replied Su Shi. Eternals are usually generations, if not eras, apart, and their strength is relative to one another, making it easier to hide their vaults. Unfortunately, this era was a mess. Do you have any idea? He asked, not willing to relent on this particular situation. The only thing I can think of is if you could find some resource to hide and send it back. However, such a thing must at least be tier 11, and Heavenly Tao would never allow such a thing to descend to the lower dimension. Not necessarily, countered Lin Fan. As you said, he's broken the balance, and true heavenly Tao will not accept that, even if there is some kind of connection or deal between them. Maybe it can be convinced. You're thinking too positively. Do you think it will give you an unfair advantage just to balance out Wang Wei? Having a vault protected or hidden by an Empyrean tier resource would give Lin Fan too much of an advantage, so his plan had a very low chance of success. Unless I could find something that targets only him, he added softly. Does such a thing exist? And if he did, is it worth using it only on him, especially given the situation? That remains to be seen. Did your identity bring you any trouble? No, they didn't say or do anything, not even once. I thought there would be some delay to my heaven will, but nothing of the sort. It's odd they didn't mention it whatsoever, muttered Wang Wei. I feel the same way. No need to worry, reassured Wang Wei after seeing the look on his face. This could mean they don't worry you will be a threat or have long decided not to include you into their core. Is that so? It could be a good thing, continued Wang Wei. Not being a core member means you won't be sent on horrible missions. Of course, you must be cautious not to be used as a discarded or replaceable pawn. I will be careful. Wang Wei dismissed him and looked into the distance for a moment before closing his eyes and waiting. He did not have to wait long as Jinbiyu soon came to see him. To what do I owe this pleasure? He asked, standing up from the throne and inviting her to walk outside. I came to ask for a favor, replied Jinbiyu directly. I know I owe you a lot already, but I can help it. Help? Why don't you ask your employer? Employer? She shook her head, thinking what a strange way to refer to these people and their circumstances. We have not reached such a level of trust yet. That's understandable. So, what do you need? A way to track and kill 5 Heart. I understand tracking her, but killing? Don't you want to do it yourself? No, I want her gone as soon as possible. She was almost in trouble while absorbing the heaven will. If not for the talent of her pure heart, she might have fallen short like Yang Guowei and Xiao Songxi. After that ordeal, she decided to remove that trouble as swiftly as humanly possible. Very well, agreed Wang Wei. He raised his palm to condense a talisman with 2 purposes, use karma, divination, and yin-yang calculation to find a target and seal a powerful attack from him. Thank you, and I promise I will repay my debt. Wang Wei smiled but did not say anything else, not even mentioning Emperor 5 Heart's artifact that he was slightly interested in. Some things were simply not destined for him, and since this artifact was not worth the effort of ignoring fate, he was more nonchalant about it. Jinbiyu returned to the 5-element balance palace, feeling a heavy burden lifted from her shoulder. Now, she can focus on repairing her relationship with the palace. After what happened in the Heaven Will battle, no one completely trusted. Although she understood their reason, she was still a little distracted and chose to view her relation to her sect as more of a transaction where each party gets what they want. However, after seeing the situation upstairs and knowing the importance of a good background, she wanted to repair the relationship to prevent any trouble with the upper dimension. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1035 Blood Source Nourishment Golden Crow Clan. Have you prepared everything? Asked Jing Wuhua. I'm afraid we will need a little bit more time. Jing Wuhua frowned, looking at the thin middle-aged man dressed in green. If she remembered correctly, he held the title of Crow too and was known for his managerial abilities. I thought I told you to prepare beforehand. Crow too was immediately embarrassed. Jing Wuhua did not tell them why she wanted a peak quasi-emperor artifact modified after her proving Tao artifact. In hindsight, they should have guessed what she wanted, but no one thought she would have another chance at proving the Tao. How much longer? She asked. Give us 20 years, and it will be done. 20 years? That's too long. I will give you 10. If you can't get it done, then consider that you don't have fate with an emperor artifact. Crow Two's mouth twitched, but did not dare say anything. We will get it done. Jing Wuhua nodded nonchalantly. Then, she asked him, why aren't you leaving? There is something else I would like to consult you about. Jing Wuhua sensed his careful tone. Don't beat around the bush. It's about the Yang clan. Do you guys want my help to eliminate them? Not eliminate per se, since that might cause you trouble with Yang Guowei. But is it possible to force them to move out of the sun? In your dream, said Jing Wuhua directly. Okay, you can leave. Crow Two secretly sighed as he expected this outcome. He secretly cursed the former patriarch of the clan. That bastard was greedy and wanted to forcefully get his hands on that emperor bone to turn his waste of a son into a heaven chosen. The worst part is he convinced many others in his lineage to follow his stupid plan. By the time he knew of the truth, a terrible rift had already been built between the clan and Jing Wuhua. Crow Two walked out of the room, his shoulder lower than when he walked in. He did not even mention the third issue he wanted to discuss, Grand Dao Source Baptism. Something told him their clan should not expect such a favor. Jing Wuhua calmly watched this and only sneered. She wanted to leave this place as soon as possible after repaying her karmic debt to this damn clan. Afterward, she only had to preach to the myriad emperor world and prepare her secret vault. Her focus should be on the branch on the upper dimension and the upcoming war. Sword casting villa. I did not expect the situation to be so dire, sighed Jian Sha. At least there is some good news about our ancestors, if that can be called good news. Best we stay positive. True, nodded Jian Sha. You have to be careful. I will. What about your goal? I've acquired some information, explained Jian Wushuang. They know about the ultimate sword path, but the extreme swordsmen have gone above and beyond to suppress it. Doesn't that mean you're in trouble? Yes and no, responded Jian Wushuang. There are currently no Paragon-tier extreme swordsmen, so the situation is still manageable. Additionally, I learned that the situation was not aggravated because someone intervened. Someone intervened? Are you referring to one of the moons? Probably not. As you know, we, swordsmen, are arrogant, so how could we listen to them? So, a very powerful and respected swordsman calmed down the situation? I wonder who it is. I have no idea, as everyone I tried to acquire was purposely vague. I didn't want to raise suspicion and not pry too deep into it, replied Jian Wushuang. But as you said, it must be a very powerful and famous swordsman to have such a large influence. My next task is to find more information about this person and their intentions. You suspect they have the same goal as you? I can't help but do, nodded Jian Wushuang. After the news, all extreme path swordsmen reacted harshly, especially after knowing this new path was the trend of heaven and earth. However, despite all their influence, this person chose to calm the flame instead of fueling it. Of course, there is a chance they did not want this new development to affect the current political situation, but I have to be wary. That's a good direction to investigate. However, you should have realized it's not simple to take the destiny of this new path? Of course I do. Jian Wushuang was not stupid, so he knew the difficulty that lay ahead. A little eternal emperor could only dream of bearing the weight of such a destiny. Furthermore, he soon realized the main thing needed to achieve his ambition, the support of a powerful faction. The sword-casting villa appeared to fill these criteria, but things were not as simple as stated. He did not know whether his seniors and ancestors would support this new path or be adamant in their stubborn ways, choosing to eliminate it instead of embracing it. If that becomes the situation he faces, he might have to do things alone. Time is not on your side, stated Jian Sha. Wang Tian will ascend in the next generation, not giving you much of an advantage. And if the Heavenly Emperor decides to suppress you as a way to pave the way for his father, your situation will become even worse. Jian Wushuang was silent, looking in the distance. Wang Wei won't intervene. What makes you so sure? 2 reasons. Wang Tian is a swordsman and has our arrogance. He won't allow his son to intervene in such a thing. Secondly, Wang Wei has inherited the Dao opening sect's ideology of how to train genius. He will probably treat me as a sharpening stone for his father. You might be right, but it also seems you're relying too much on luck. Jian Sha was not as confident as him. My current greatest threat is not the Wang clan. Who else could possibly be a threat? It's that swordsman called Ji Lanfang, replied Jian Wushuang. After I descended, I sensed a few supreme swordsmen, and he was the most dangerous. He's indeed a great threat, uttered Jian Sha. Ji Lanfang was of this generation, meaning he could immediately compete with Jian Wushuang. According to the villa's deduction, the Heavenly Emperor era will spread throughout the endless void, delaying Ji Lanfang's ascension, but he should leave around the same time as the Heavenly Emperor. So, what are you going to do next? No rush. I first need to settle my karma in the lower dimension and deal with a few other things. Body Dao Cave, welcome the Cave Master. These words echoed between heaven and earth as thousands of people pronounced them simultaneously. Yin Zhen calmly watched everything, taking in everybody's happiness and hidden emotions. He knew why they were so accepted. In the cave's history, the ancestor was the only pure body refiner, while all the others were double practitioners. These emperors did not want to risk dying and chose to prove the Tao as Qi practitioners. But today, the Body Dao Cave finally has its second pure body refiners that absorbed a heaven will. And based on records, Yin Zhen's achievements were even more remarkable than the ancestors. Be at ease, he said before immediately beginning his work. The cave was his home, and he wanted it to strive. So, Yin Zhen wanted to increase their foundation to the best of his ability. He started a blood essence nourishment for the sect on the spot. Body-refining emperors of his kind could not use Grand Tao baptism, but he could nourish these people with a drop of blood from his essence. Such a process had the same effect as the baptism but rather focused more on enhancing blood qi and talent for body refining. Yin Zhen nodded in satisfaction a few hours later after finishing the process. He knew even if the Heavenly Emperor did it, he could not do as good a job as him, and it was not because his current body refining realm was higher. At the end of the day, his essence was the purest because he did not double cultivate his body and qi. The next step was to leave his scripture for the cave. While absorbing the heaven will, Yin Zhen did not just increase his cultivation level. The heaven will showed him the truth of the universe and many more. In the process of absorbing it, he learned a great deal about the universe's essence, which allowed him to optimize his original scripture and prepare for his future cultivation. Regarding tempering the body and understanding willpower manifestation, Yin Zhen did not know whether he was the best in the lower dimension, but he was definitely in the top 3. The result of his comprehension was an update on his zombie art. He updated it to be more universal by lowering the threshold and the side effects of becoming an undead creature first to cultivate. This technique should have been called Yin Refining Art, but he kept the original name for sentimental reasons. Besides the scripture, Yin Zhen had to set up a formation that used his entire exoskeletons as a medium, along with a blood artifact. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1036 Sacrifice Great Yi Dynasty. Shao Songshi was elated to see his mother and sister again. So, from now on, our dynasty will be a veritable emperor lineage? Asked his sister, not hiding her excitement and joy. We will. He, now, I can walk in the world with my head raised proudly. Couldn't you do that before? Chided Mother Shao. She then looked at her son, I'm proud of you. A large grin was plastered on Shao Song's face after hearing that. Humph, snorted Sister Shao. Now, these people should regret what they've done to us. Why are you bringing this now? I'm just saying. Mother is correct, there is no need to bring negativity to today's joyous occasion, said Shao Songshi, deciding to spend a great day with his family. He did not tell them much about the ongoing of the upper dimension or the rebellion as he did not want to worry them. Near the end of the family dinner, he asked them, you have to make a choice. What choice? Do you want to become immortal now or wait later until I have settled in the upper dimension and I can bring you? It's very easy to acquire heaven wills, and you can both prove the Tao. Really? We can become emperors? Yes, but it will take some time. You might have to seal yourself to prevent running out of lifespan. He had already searched the relevant information and knew he could send a projection into the lower dimension after becoming an Empyrean and bringing his family with him. Can you send the heaven will down here? Why are you asking such a question? Asked Mother Xiao. What else? So I can become a heavenly emperor. Xiao Songshi was immediately speechless, while Mother Xiao scolded her daughter for speaking nonsense. No, that's not allowed, he explained. You will have to ascend. Oh, what a shame. Xiao Songshi rolled his eyes. If delusion were a power, this girl would truly be invincible. Sierre, what do you think we should do? He thought for a moment. Let's wait. The emperor path reigned supreme, so it was best to choose it. Although his family had to wait a long time, the sealing process would not make it feel as such. Now that he had made a choice, he had to prepare for the future. He needed to leave a mortal clone to be the ruler of the dynasty and pass on the Shao clan. He also needed to create powerful insurgents that would protect not only his dynasty but also his family. Everyone was tired after dinner and chose to sleep soundly today, everyone except Xiao Songshi. As he watched his sister fall into a true dream, his eyes looked in the distance, flashing with deep hatred. He immediately used a technique that allowed him to temporarily sacrifice 99% of his power to boost one aspect, invisibility/infiltration. He headed directly to the ocean, to the Baishi clan. No one detected him as he found the new patriarch. His father was killed by him after forcing the bastard to apologize to his mother and sister, and forcefully took control of the sex formations and a few artifacts. Then, Xiao Songshi began a massacre. He killed almost everything in sight, with a few exceptions. He kept a few immortals and insurgents, with the intention to modify their memories and enslave their souls so they could serve his great Yi. Their dynasty was new and weak and needed to increase its foundation. The second group he left alive was the Star Sage. When he visited Wang Wei to ask permission for his actions, the latter only told him that such a bloodline should not become extinct in the world. So, Xiao Songshi plans to use them on his own. The destruction of the Baishi clan was swift and efficient. Xiao Song's sneak attack caught them off guard, preventing the insurgents from putting on a decent fight. Additionally, he enveloped the clan with their own array to prevent the Sea clan's immortal sovereign from detecting something and intervening. Once he finished his massacre, he launched a terrifying bloodline curse to eradicate the remaining members who were lucky to be outside. Xiao Songshi proceeded to plunder the sex resources and foundation before leaving. His destination was not home but the court. Why are you here? Wang Wei thought he would be counting his spoils by now, so he was baffled why the latter directly came to see him. I wanted your opinion or input on something, and this is what I want to pay for your help. He wanted to say service but felt inappropriate. Wang Wei looked at the space ring and was slightly surprised. A 5-star sage. The Baishi clan has claimed they did not have one of those in this generation, but now it appears they went to extreme lengths to hide this secret. Why don't you ask the sage? I don't think their ability can help me, at least not with their current strength. I accept your offer, replied Wang Wei. The 5-star sage's divination was very unique and could be of great help to the sect. Plus, he was slightly intrigued by what the latter wanted to know. What is it you want to know? Xiao Songshi took a moment to word his question correctly. Is it possible for me to have a second chance to become an eternal if I sacrifice, let's say, an Empyrean? Wang Wei did not expect these words to come out of Xiao Song's mouth, a rather bold and interesting idea. So, is it feasible? Logically speaking, it is, but let's check. His eyes lit up, followed by countless strings materializing around him. He played with a few like they were a guqin. Your idea would have succeeded if you were the first to do it. Xiao Songshi sighed as the worst-case scenario he feared had happened. He was not the first or only cultivator to use sacrifice Tao, so it should be expected. Additionally, if there were no limitations to such a thing, people could just cultivate sacrifice Dao as a sub-Dao and try it. What about a paragon? Wang Wei looked at him. Has your desire for power driven you crazy? Xiao Songxi was silent. I'm just not willing. Wang Wei sighed. I'm not one to belittle someone's goal or ambition. Anyways, the current situation is chaotic, so who says it's not possible for a little eternal to capture a paragon and use it as a sacrifice? I know you're just saying these words, but I still appreciate them, said Xiao Songxi as he bowed and left. Soon, the news of what happened to the Baishi clan spread. Countless eyes fixed on the Xi clan as people wanted to know the ins and outs and how things would develop. Soon after, rumors that the Xi clan would appeal to the court to sanction Xiao Songxi's actions spread like wildfire. People began to speculate this event would be significant as it would dictate the relationship between the court and the newly appearing eternal powerhouses. Some people even believed that Xiao Songxi's actions were an act of rebellion. He did it to send a message to the court that no one could restrain him or the others. The discussion soon got out of control as people believed there might be internal strife in the myriad emperor world, an act that would severely affect the progress they've made since the beginning of the era. However, regardless of the final outcome, most citizens had faith in the Heavenly Emperor's final victory. They just worried what price would be paid to end this situation as soon as possible. During this time, the dream world saw its highest usage, allowing Wang Wei to gather a lot of spiritual power. Unfortunately, the people were severely wrong. After a few days, nothing happened, and the Xi clan did not launch an official complaint. The wise individuals were not surprised by this outcome. Nothing can go undetected by the Heavenly Emperor. So, Xiao Songxi's action only meant one thing: it was allowed. No one knew whether the Heavenly Emperor simply did not care and let it happen or they came up with some kind of deal. Regardless of the reason, it happened because he allowed it. The Xi clan knew this and thus decided it was pointless to launch a complaint. They knew that even if they complained, the Heavenly Emperor could just ignore them or use myriad bullshit bureaucratic justifications for his decisions. So, the best move is to remain quiet. Maybe such an act would improve their standing in the Heavenly Emperor's eyes in the slightest and repair the previously fractured relationship. The world did not focus too much on this catastrophe. Less than a month after descending, it was finally time for these new emperors to preach to the world. Such a major event took precedence over any clan annihilation without a doubt. After all, what these people genuinely care about is benefits. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1037 Mass Preaching. My name is the Heavenly Zombie Emperor. Today, I will preach about essence. Between heaven and earth, all sentient beings are composed of three aspects: essence, spirit, and qi. Essence is the. Even though Yin Zhen was a true power Dao realm cultivator, he is allowed to use the title of Great Emperor, and it's not just him. Anyone who has achieved 40 infant fiend god force can use an emperor title. The entire world listened attentively to this sermon, including Wang Wei. With the new update of the origin system, body refining has become a core aspect, especially in the divine body realm. So, this sermon served a crucial role in the overall development of the world. The process lasted 3 years, and everything was accompanied by visions that covered the world. Dao rhymes enveloped the myriad emperor world, granting it a sense of mystery and grandeur. Wang Wei blocked the world, so these visions remained internal, but there was a high chance they would not spread, given it was only a sermon, and these people were alternative emperors. I am the Chaos Time Emperor, and I talk about the evolution of time from its earliest state of chaos and disorder to a peaceful and neutral condition that allows the thriving of life. According to the order the group agreed on, Lin Fan was next and began his sermon 3 months after Yin Zhen's ended. He also lasted 3 years, creating a visual experience similar to his predecessor, with the exception that the river of time might have flashed a few times. I am the Infinite Sword Emperor, and my Dao is that of the infinite strike, infinite cut, infinite parry, infinite. Jian Wushuang's sermon was geared towards swordsmen, and he was not apologetic about it. Although people could learn a thing or two from him about attacking, but his target or demographic was the swordsman. Of course, this sermon was considered controversial in the swordsmanship community. Extreme swordsmen are still the mainstream of the world despite losing one of their best, Wang Tian. But now, they realize they've also lost another great talent. Even worse, this one has proved the Tao on this new path. Many people knew there would be some strife in the swordsmanship community once everything settled. Previously, everyone became quiet because they knew their real confrontation was in the next generation after Wang Tian proved the Tao. However, Jian Wushuang's action might have provoked an advanced war between these people. Wang Tian, who was complaining non-stop as to why his son forcefully stopped his training, became genuinely happy that he did. Despite everything he learned and experienced in the swordsmanship world, the benefit he received from learning from an eternal emperor was immense. From then on, he decided to record the sermon of all sword emperors as part of the foundation for the Sword Alliance. Of course, he also knew he could not immediately return to his seclusion once this was over. He had to show his face to the world and quell some of the chaos in his community. This humble Taoist priest took the name Twin Unity Empress to emphasize the unity of man and heaven and earth, man and the Tao, and man and itself. Our journey will begin like all life began, with the balance of the 5 elements, followed by the evolution of yin and yang, and we will end with a touch of taiji. 5 elements has always been the most common and widespread Tao in the world, and with the versatility of yin and yang, her sermon was the most favored of everyone, and there is a low chance that someone would surpass her in that area. The people felt they did not have enough once she finished. The dichotomy between going from Lin Fan's esoteric time-related sermon to Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship-focused words and then to her sermon was simply surreal. Most people felt they spent 3 years listening to nonsense, followed by 3 years of something most were not interested in, to listening to the fundamental truths of the universe, and it was such a spiritual experience. Alas, all good things must come to an end. I am the pure Yang Flame Empress, and my Tao focused not on balance but on the extreme. Today, we will focus on the extreme of flame. Jingwu Hua's sermon should have been very popular, considering flame Tao is widespread, but it was not. Firstly, she only focused on the flame aspect of her Tao and did not touch on the Yang aspect. Secondly, she directed her preaching toward the demon race, focusing on applying Tao through the bloodline instead of the normal way of the soul, spirit, mind, or body. Few humans have bloodlines, at least relatively compared to the demon race. Ultimately, people only complain to themselves. After all, she was an eternal emperor and from the demon race, so it was understandable why she took this approach. Maybe she's not as bad as I thought, muttered Ao Shen. Long ago, the demon race wanted to form an alliance with her through marriage, but things never reached anywhere. The relationship with the Golden Crow clan can be described as neutral, but that's only because of his existence. Once he leaves, there is a high chance that his kind will revert to disdaining the Golden Crow clan. I can use this to genuinely appease the relationship between us. I was lucky enough to acquire the title of heart-sacrificing emperor. Today, I will show a different perspective on the cultivation world from the aspect of sacrifice. Mortals envy our power, status, and long lifespan, but what price do we pay for those things? What do we sacrifice? Time, effort, morality, and a myriad of other things. Sacrifice is a balanced way of the world that touches on the way of yin and yang. Sacrifice one thing to gain something else, and the more you're willing to pay, the greater the reward. Shao Sung's sermon was odd, to say the least. Wang Wei saw it as the cultivation version of a motivational talk, and the effects were more than wonderful. He could foresee the effect as more cultivators worked hard in their journey as they knew whatever difficulty they were currently dealing with was the sacrifice needed to attain power, wealth, and longevity. My name is Yang Guowei, now known as the Chrome Emperor. Color, on a superficial level, is how we see or perceive the world. Although this aspect is fascinating, there is more to colors than this. Yang Guowei's sermon was more popular than Wang Wei anticipated, as the fact he went last did not have much of an effect. He first started by preaching about perception, which was very helpful to cultivators since they learned many applications of their senses and perceptions. However, what made his sermons so popular was his target audience, mortals, the ones focusing on arts and crafts. He weaved ideas and techniques about using color in various arts and crafts, mostly painting, but he was also creative for many other professions. His actions boosted the validity and power of the enlightening temple, which thus further empowered mortals. Wang Wei opened his eyes as Yang Guowei uttered his last words. He could sense the world's unwillingness. After all, they spent 21 or more years straight listening to great emperors, no, eternals, preach to them. No world in the lower dimension has ever experienced such a thing, and none will ever do. He calmly observed the world as many visions manifested all at once. 7 multicolored dragons materialized in the sky before traveling worldwide, showing their might and presence before each finally ended in their respective sex chi luck. N0V3LTR0VE served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0V3LB1N. 6 emperor lineages increased their sex foundation, and a new lineage appeared. Wang Wei focused on the Tao rhymes of the world and could not help but praise himself for what he did to the origin system. Cultivators who were in the divine altar realm had a feast because of how many Tao rhymes the world received and the fact they were new and extremely active. Many of the young geniuses in this realm successfully established one of the best foundations in probably 100 generations. The people in this cultivator realm were not the only ones who benefited. Anyone who was in the midst of switching to the new system took advantage of these 7 sermons to accelerate the process and strengthen their foundation. Meanwhile, cultivators of the old era or system also had their cake. With so much Tao rhyme, understanding the laws became way easier. Wang Wei expects a dramatic increase in the number of void-shattering realm cultivators for a while until the Tao rhymes enter a more inert state. Everyone is happy and celebrating, but who amongst them knows about the consequences? Muttered Wang Wei as he looked in the distance. The Myriad Emperor world just acquired 7 new eternal powerhouses. This would not change this fact even if they will not be staying. So, the main issue is how things are going to be balanced. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1038 Aftermath. Wang Wei's eyes saw or experienced how true heavenly Tao would balance the overwhelming growth of the Myriad Emperor world, and he had to marvel at the latter's creativity. He saw 2 extremely powerful star beasts battling it in the world, their fight taking them across multiple world communities. That battle resulted in a space-time storm that created world collisions between hundreds, if not thousands, greater thousand worlds and their respective heavenly world. These collisions were not temporary but led to permanent fusion. These heavenly worlds will have their world source drastically increased and granted permission to create more heaven wills. He saw how true heavenly Tao removed the cognitive blockage of a few people, allowing them to become more innovative and creative. Dozens of them eventually created new things that allowed them to amass enough merit to use the merit-proving method, which also became a part of their fortunate encounter. Along the same line, Aocean's merit transitioning method became the reward for new secret realms that appeared out of nowhere, and most of them also contained innate demon god bloodline for the destined individuals. Wang Wei saw people who accidentally released unique qi from the source qi space, qi that served a similar purpose as Su Shi's primordial chaos qi, increasing the world source and overall strength of the world. With more sources, these worlds can now condense additional heaven wills. Another method of the balance mechanism he saw was some heavenly world reverting to their ancient period. In the old times, the 9-devil god world was not the only place that gave birth to more than one heaven will at the cost of sacrificing the birth of higher-class emperors. They became the most famous but not the only ones. Although these worlds were rare, they existed across the lower dimension. However, after the devil invasion, true heavenly Tao intervened in managing these heavenly worlds and removed the concept of these worlds. Every world was homogeneous from now on as they followed the blueprint of one heaven per generation. This method was the perfect way to encounter the sheer number of emperors the Myriad Emperor world acquired. The sudden increase of heaven's will and new emperors was not true heavenly Tao's only move. Some worlds did not get such an opportunity but received more resources to cultivate immortal sovereigns and true power Tao powerhouses. Resources to cultivate eternal class insurgent that were rare and even severely limited began to appear in larger quantities. You didn't have to react so severely. After all, I was also planning on sending them upstairs and increasing their number of emperors, complained Wang Wei as he shook his head. The changes in this world were not happening immediately and would take some time. However, he had no plan of intervening as he knew the consequences. What a fascinating creature true heavenly Tao is. According to his deduction, true heavenly Tao wishes for the lower dimension to prosper as it would increase its power to fight against supreme unity. However, the increase has to be done in a specific way that ensures the balance of the world. Is the core of its creation balance? Can such a conclusion apply to Grand Tao Source as well? Asked Wang Wei to himself. However, the answer was not so cut and dry. In the upper dimension, the concept of balance is not as strict or even present. That's evident by how powerful and unrestrained paragons are. So, if he expanded things to the larger macrocosm, Grand Tao would care even less. It will not care whether paragons or half-step transcendents killed each other or an unfathomable number of lives. It will not care how powerful or heaven-defying they become compared to others. But what if someone's power approached or caught to it? Will Grand Tao continue its nonchalant attitude, or will it also activate some form of balance mechanism? Wang Wei knew Grand Tao had its own rules or mechanism because of the existence of the 13 taboos and his deduction that the latter wanted a replacement for the fate cardinal. However, his knowledge of the subject was subpar, to say the least, so he wanted to see if he could deduce more information by observing a lesser version of Grand Tao. I'm getting ahead of myself, thought Wang Wei. He would have to be at least a paragon to observe and contemplate the essence of true heavenly Tao. And even then, it won't be easy to get even a glimpse of the truth. After the sermon, the world entered a time of peace and tranquility. Wang Wei postponed the next court meeting until these people left. He knew he could not hide the court from the upper dimension, but he also did not want any possible complications with these people's presence as they learned more about how things operate. During the next 200 years, these descending emperors focused on creating their secret vaults or establishing a foundation for their factions, including creating special training secret realms or leaving some rare resources they bought or borrowed from the rebellion. The first to leave 20 years later was Yin. General Wang Wei had many deep exchanges with him during the entire time, and they learned from each other. He had great respect for Yin Zhen, so he offered to teach him his ancestors' evading technique as a way to save his life in the upcoming war. He only asked the latter to promise not to pass it to someone else. However, Yin Zhen refused, and Wang Wei accepted his decision. The next person to leave was Jingwu Hua, followed by Zhen Biyu and Jiang Wushuang. Yang Guowei and Xiao Songshi had to wait to leave with Lin Fan. In the meantime, the former patriarch of the Baishi clan came to see Wang Wei before leaving, giving him the promised gifts for looking at his family. Xiao Songshi was generous in his gift as he handed Wang Wei 5 Grand Tao Source seeds and 10 immortal mansions. The origin of these things was the dead body of the Baishi clan, to which he sacrificed their bodies, souls, inner worlds, and immortal qi to create these things. His action allowed him to establish quite the foundation for the great Yi dynasty before leaving. The last remaining one was Lin Fan, who wanted to spend as much time as possible with his wife. Wang Wei summoned them before he left. On account of my friendship with her, I thought I should warn you, said Wang Wei, looking at these two from his throne. Do you remember the last technique you used during your battle against Yin Zhen? You mean the projection I summoned? Yes. I almost died trying to divine information about them, and the only thing I found was the name Chaos Demon God. And Primordial Demon God was changed to Chaos Demon God. Lin Fan frowned as he understood the severity of these words. What are you trying to say? In this universe, the cruel truth is that everyone is someone else's pawn. Including you? Asked Lin Fan. Yes, including me. I never thought someone like you, who pursues freedom, would accept such a thing. Because I know there is nothing my current self can do about it, because I know accepting the fact and slowly playing the game is the only way to escape and become a chess player. I understand. Emperor Enlightening Academy, what are you thinking? Asked Su Shi. It had been a few hours since the meeting, and she still had not processed what had happened. She knew this truth that Wang Wei said to him, but it was an entirely different implication coming from his mouth. Many things have started to make sense, said Lin Fan. My overwhelming affinity with chaos or my obsession with that Tao. He could not help reevaluate everything in his life and had to force himself. Otherwise, he would definitely overthink certain things. Do you think it's that bad? Everything looks normal and reasonable. But isn't that the point? If he was treated someone as a pawn, he would, of course, ensure there was no flaw. So, what are you going to do? Take his advice, replied Lin Fan. Accept this fact, continue along my cultivation journey while keeping my eyes open. This is not as easy to do as you state. I know this. Every fiber of his being was screaming to change his Tao and abandon his physique immediately. However, he knew doing something so drastic could result in even more catastrophic results. For a chess player, there is no value to a pawn who becomes aware and tries to rebel forcefully. In such a scenario, the best course of action would be to correct the pawn's path or eliminate it. Furthermore, was it easy to abandon Chaos Tao? Obsessions are called as such for a reason. At the 180 years mark, Lin Fan finally ascended. Although he wanted to wait until the last minute, he did not want to risk true heavenly Daos ire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.